Okay, let's go ahead and get started there, everybody. Welcome back to another live stream of Satisfactory. Uh, Now, I plan on doing a long day today. Probably good 6, maybe 8 hours of gameplay. Um, might take might take a break in the middle for food, maybe. I don't know. Probably. Um, so, uh, yeah, not doing any video drops or anything like that right at this moment in time. I just want to kind of get into the game. Um, Alright, well, yeah, let's just go. As you can see, 1.2 came on out. Um, and while they added some additional features, some of which I probably don't really know too much about, the one thing that I did notice was the weather. They added rain, so that's interesting. So let's load the game and head on in. I'm gonna try to break these videos up to have them like, every 2 hours or so. Thankfully, Satisfactory has little notifications like every 2 hours. It'll go like, hey, you've been playing this for quite some time. Maybe you should take a break. But, I mean, I've been playing games for my entire life. It's like, this is nothing. Okay. Right. So last we left off, we were having some troubles with the water. And that we were trying to get it pumped into our coal power plants over here so that we can get um, them running on a regular basis. But it just felt like we were not getting the amount of water that we needed on here. And so one of the things that I found out was that, um, let's see, do I have it here? No, I do not. Well, I mean, I can, I can kind of show you what I'm kind of talking about a bit. Yeah. So, so apparently, when you look at the water extractor here, it only pumps 120 meters cubed per minute. Whereas, the max of the pipes can go up to 600. So that's one of the reasons why we weren't really, you know, getting, our max flow rate up because we were only getting um, a good 1/5 of the amount of water being flowed through the pressure. So now, one of the suggestions that I saw, or, one of the things that I saw, because I said that I would try to see if there's any kind of solutions online, right? Because, I was like, why am I getting such low levels of water um, being pumped out, being pumped through the pipe systems and stuff like that. And, because, well, I mean, the max flow for, these pipes, is 300, right? So, um, so it's like, I'm only doing 120 here when I could be doing 300 fully, right? So, so one of the problems with it all is the fact that um, I don't have enough water extractors to handle pumping 300, you know, up to the um, up to the coal power plants that I have up there. So that's one problem that I need to fix. So what we're gonna do, ooh, actually I don't know if I can. Can I get it? So one of the suggestions that I saw was the fact that, you could put 3 of these, you know, back to back to back, link them all together, and that would give, more water available um, to what's needed. So now problem that I have, the problem that I had with this whole process though is the fact that um, um, I can't put these pipeline junctions like at the you know on the caps here. Like I can't put them here. I have to have a water pipe coming out first before I can put a junction on. And it's uh, it's just one of the small irritations that I have with this. You know, I really wish that I could just throw a junction on these so that I can um, just link the pipes up like directly with them because I've lined up the these extractors nicely. I would like to line up the pipes just as nicely. Let me throw the junctions onto um, you know onto the ends of the water pipeline here, just so I can get it to flow, to work properly. But oh well. So, we're gonna try to do a straight. Let's see. Let me try to do that. Then we'll do that. Now it looks as though that is, tied in properly. but I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. That's one of my concerns with this is that, you know, is, is this linked? You know, um, you know what? Let me try to get this powered or get this one powered and find out. We don't have we have this. Yeah, we have this power to the outside. Let's remove that real quick. We still have our feeders over here working properly, right? Or no? No, I do not. Well, damn. I thought I still had the bio burners over here working. Frack. Okay. Well, that's gonna make things a little awkward then. You know what? Let's. Okay. Okay, so this might take a little bit more time than what I was kind of expecting, but um, alright. So we're going to basically set up another, and we're going to set up a means to try to get this, we'll set up a bio plant over here. Let's get some materials. That is one of the nice things about this particular area is the fact that, there's a lot of, trees in the area to, to set up the, bio burners, but obviously, I don't, I don't want to necessarily rely on them, because again, to my knowledge, uh, the plants and the like are going to be, finite, I have no way of replanting them, so. Okay, so we're going to throw wood in there. leaves in there. I have a lot of materials on me. Let me see if I can dump some of these materials off first. That should do. Alright, now. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. No. Yeah, it's a bit of a reach there. There we go. Unfortunately, this one needs to be a little bit further. Guess that's a bit steep. I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, I don't have enough reinforced plates. Of course I don't. And I don't think I have any spares in here, do I? I do not. Okay, well. Okay, thank you, the plant. Oh, go away, update. Don't need you. Alright. Let's see. Obviously, construction of the reinforced iron plates, needs to come from these assemblers. Let's see. Looks like this spot is where I'm keeping some of them. But not a lot have been made, but I mean, that's not surprising seeing that my my production has kind of stalled out since, I've been having troubles with, power and the like. Yeah, let's see. Okay. What have I been producing up here again? Rotors, okay. And only rotors, it seems. I mean, that's and that's reasonable, that's fine. Okay. How are we doing up here? I mean, the power should still be going up here. I guess I just have too many things working right now that, you know, it's basically saying, hey, I can't do this anymore. Right, I was sending a lot of the copper that I've had over here. It currently has no power, so I guess it can't necessarily print anything for me right at this moment in time. Let's see what else was I was making some additional materials over here. Let's see. Aha! Let's just grab the whole bunch here because I'm going to be needing them. So what was I doing over here? Making frames, maybe? Yeah, I was. Okay. Don't really need frames too much. Just grab 2 stacks worth so far. Alright. Alright. Head on back over there. Clearly, I'm, you know, the bow burners are still, you know, potentially up and running over there, or, you know, back at the main base, but clearly I'm just having too much running right at this moment in time for what I have to, I mean, I could make some more. I mean, I have enough solid bio biomass that I could probably put in like 2 more bio burners and it'd be probably fine. But you know, my main concern is getting this area up and running. You know, so you know, I want the water system working so that my coal power plants can work and I get, you know, more power overall there. So, alright. Okay. So this is going to be creating the biomass for wood. This is going to be creating the biomass for leaves. Then go ahead and put that down. want to get a merger going. There we go. Have these feed into a single constructor that will take the, the biomass and make it into the solid biofuel. And then what we're going to need to do, I want to kind of make the same thing that I have back there, here, just so I have, a just so I can get more I want to be able to get the use my words there, Jim. I want to be able to, change my, I power this area up, only to, wait, that didn't lock in on that front at all. This is angled incorrectly. So basically, I want to create, a set here so that I can power up the coal power plants. Okay. Or at least, make sure that they're running properly, using the biomass. Okay. So that I can power up the rest of my factory over there, without too much difficulty. And I can see now that I'm not doing this well. Okay. I thought when I was holding down control at one point in time, it was it wasn't necessarily locking in on these up there, so I gotta fix that. Well, initially I was kind of thinking, that, I'd just have, something small down here anyway, but it wasn't really working the way I wanted it to. Let me put the wood and the leaves back in here for the time being. And what we're going to do is we're going to extend this out even further so that we can, basically build up our bioplants you know, back there, kind of out of the way of um, the coal power plants. I mean, I have enough concrete and, you know, steel plates. Okay, so that's kind of lined up with the, you know, with that, but, you know, technically I wasn't planning on having, well, I mean, I might, if, depending on how much the miners eventually produce, you know, I might have, like, coal power plants, like, lined up all the way across, you know, it's hard to say, I'm not, you know, I can't necessarily predict, um, I can't necessarily predict, you know, uh, you know, what, you know, is going to be possible in, you know, for the future. And, you know, as it is anyway, you know, I might not, you know, this might, you know, need to be broken down in the future anyway. Like, you know, it might be, you know, it could very well be obsolete, you know, fairly soon. You know, I do know that nuclear power is a thing in this game. Obviously, I haven't reached it yet, but all right. But what I'm gonna do is basically create the um, you know, I'm basically gonna create the everything up here, so I don't have to worry about um, you know, uneven terrain or anything along those lines. So uh, we'll do biomass leaves there, and biomass wood there. Then do merger. There we go. And then, oh wait, power, biomass burner. let's have this go about 5 deep. Oh, out of plates. Should still have some over here. As I drop some off. Yep. Grab with all those. Let's see. Let's grab some more rods and some more wire. Everything else should be fine. Huh. Oops. Alright. And there's that. Then splitters. So one, number two, number three, 4, and number 5. And we'll put those in. There we go. Now, let's get some power going. Do-do-do. That. That onto the network. Then actually, hold on. Let's hold off on that for right now. Because what I want to do I made this one wood, right? Yeah. Because first thing that I want to do is get, you know, this power station up and running, so, you know, we have some biofuel being made and all that. So first thing that I want to do is I'm gonna come on down here, and I'm gonna kind of feed it just a little bit. Because I only need, pretty much I only need one, you know, to be fair. Just enough to kind of get things rolling, you know, with the other, uh, with the, you know, factories and stuff like that, or with the constructors, you know. So I just want those, you know, being produced there. You know, to feed those. And, you know, them just kind of powering up the rest of the, you know, everything else being powered up properly here. So it's kind of self-sustaining a little bit. You know, obviously I would probably need more wood and you know, leaves for an extended journey, but I don't need it to last very long. I just need it long enough to power up this particular network so that I can build the, you know, so that I can power up the, you know, the water extractors over here. So is this already being powered? Yeah, it looks like it's already being potentially powered. Okay, now that we have that going, now let's check to see. Yeah, see, I'm not getting any flow rate right at this moment in time, so I'm, I don't, as much as this looks as though it's, you know, sealed in and properly lined and all that kind of jazz, it probably isn't. And that's what kind of frustrates me about this. It's like, ah, it should be. That's the thing. It looks so nicely put together. Like it looks like it's so sealed in, but where's the water? All right. Let's see. Let me. The problem is that, you know, uh, even if I was to go like you know, pipeline to pipeline, right? I can't put a T-junction, you know, right here on the corner either. It's not letting me attach it properly. So I can't even do that. And that's what's so goddamn frustrating about this. It's like, how, how did I, the other players get such nice lined up piping out of their lined up extractors that, look so nice, but yet at the same time, it's like, okay. Let me see, hold on. Nope, missed. Damn it. Okay. And it looks like we got that lined up nicely. So now, we got water flowing there. And, well, technically I don't necessarily want, well, I guess I've already kind of filled up the water with, that one already, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this one to that one way down there. And now I can put that there. And there we go. So now, let's see. What I want to do is that instead of having this one powering up one power plant there, I'm going to just kind of put a line like behind these three. Actually, hold on. Let's clear these damn leaves out of the way. They keep on obscuring my view and they're in the way of production. Alright. Now, put that up here. There we go. Then we'll remove that. Then we'll put this. And we'll have this linked to all three. There we go. And now we're going to now, from what I understand, you know, uh, the pump, it it doesn't necessarily matter. Um, the um, you know, um, I could have, what the idea of hey, let me, um, I could have the pipes go straight up and, it shouldn't matter all that much. As long as I have the pipes, or as long as I have the pumps, situated correctly, it should, work properly no matter what. So like, you know, uh, put a pipeline there, and then put a fluid buffer there. Let's see, and then let's see. Oh, I don't want it straight. Noodle. This noodle will work. Curve would probably work just as well. Straight. I don't know if I really want straight, but maybe I should, because, well, wait, it's not even going straight down. Okay, well, there went the idea of going straight on that front. All right. Now, from what I looked into, the pumps there are pushing in the flow of the water up about 10 meters or so. Now, you know yeah, the flow still seems very low overall. I'm not getting any kind of fill rate going on here. Okay, so it eventually gets to a point where the I'm gonna need one of these to have the water flowing. And obviously, as you can see, the little blue, circle kind of going down the pipeline, that's in the wrong direction. So you need to kind of have that go up this way. Why is my phone going off? Oh, okay, never mind. So now I want to make sure that it is flowing up in such a way where damn it. I want to be able to see I want to make sure that I can see, how far it's going. So I need a little bit more of a full view. Yeah, see, that's only going up to that point there. And that should push it all the way up into the buffer. So if I put one of those there, and obviously I need to get it powered. So actually, there we go. And now the the water extractor should be able to have gotten the water up to the pump, and the pump should having the flow go all the way through. So we now have a flow rate of 300 here. So that's good. That's kind of what we want. Now, what we want to do here is build the pipeline all the way over here, but at the same time, I still want to have it, let's see, I want to basically bring it to about this location. But I want to increase the height to there, which, it's at a steady climb again, so the pump down there is probably not reaching all the way over here, completely. Maybe. Yeah, flow rate's still at 0 at this particular juncture, so, but what we're going to do is we're going to continue our pipeline all the way down, just so we can, see. There we go. Now, they've said that, the, that if it's, if it's kind of going straight, horizontally, then there really isn't a problem in terms of flow. It should still, flow properly, no matter what. So, okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to put, let's get rid of that. And, I don't, oh, damn it. I don't want the end of, I want, how can I rotate? No, I don't want to necessarily rotate the hologram. I want the T junction to be pointed directly, the proper way. It's not pointing in the right direction that I want it to be pointing at right at this moment in time. I don't want the direction going that way. I want the T junction to go, like this. But it's not doing that. Alright, well, whatever. It's, same kind of cost, but I just didn't, this isn't necessary, but whatever. there. And then right there. Pipeline here, but there we go. And obviously, huh, okay. I have a decent amount of flow going, even though I had a slight incline over here. Okay. It looks like we are pretty much good to go. Yeah. So this, I'm not too surprised on. So, you know, there's a lot of water flowing down into the coal power plants here. And because of that, it cuts off the flow here. Now it's increasing a bit because we're at max on both of these, so it's, you know, just slowly pumping water into them, and that's that. But obviously, you know, this took a hit in its overall flow rate to the point where, you know, down here, you know, it's not flowing as much water, but, you know, obviously there's enough to go in here to handle this. Now, now that we have these working again, we can, you know, our factory over here is producing again, so that's good. But obviously our other, you know, our other factory, you know, on the other side, you know, on the other side of the world, isn't getting any of this power that I'm generating over here. So let us fix that real quick. And connect it back with the main system. And power everything back on again. There we go. So, okay. Not quite sure why we have a very weird bend here. A little bit of a graphical glitch on that one, it feels like. Let's get this quartz. All right. Okay, so right at this moment in time, based off of what I was reading on the what I was reading here, we're at 900 and potential max consumption of 556. Now, each one of those, you know, each one of the coal power plants, they generate, what was it, 75 per? Yeah, they generate 75 per. So basically, four of them, you know, two of them is 150, four of them is 300 megawatts. Okay, so um, if so, clearly the rest of my power is coming from, the other um, biomass production that that I have kind of going over here a little bit, but clearly, that might not last. Um, so, um, you know, and while, like, I didn't build up enough, um, solid biomass, I have enough in here, but, when you look further down, this one doesn't have any fuel left anymore. So eventually I'm going to run out of, solid biomass here. And, eventually, if I'm not careful, my grid will shut down because, my four coal power plants aren't going to be able to cover it. So what I need to do is, one, get, start working on getting my other line of coal power plants, up and running for, because of, with this one over here. And I need to see, like if I put two more coal power plants here, how much water am I gonna have for down here? Let's find out. Let's see. That's right next to that. Don't really want that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's go about 6. Kind of hard to judge here. Let's see. Okay, that's about there. So this is about there. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So we'll do another one here. Hey, hello. You're kind of in the way. All right. Now, let's see. Okay, wait a minute. I need to get these set up. Kind of wish that I can put like a line between, you know, between these two, so that I can put a splitter in the middle of that, and you know, and have the other one kind of go all the way down, but it doesn't like doing that apparently. So, so what we're gonna do is put a pole. Let's see, pretty much right in the middle here anyway. And yes, I know that it cuts through, but doesn't really matter too much, and since that, you know, I just want to be able to get alright, and splitter. And okay. And pipeline. Curve. And then there's that. And there's that. Alright. So now we just bumped it up another 150. Basically, you know, good 450, you know, capacity based off of the coal power plants. And now let us see, how are we doing in terms of water? Because obviously, you know, these should be fine. Slight reduction in flow rate there. We're still good there. Slight reduction in flow rate there. Okay, I mean, it looks like we're pretty good overall. It doesn't look like we're really hurting in terms of overall water in this particular situation, at least so far. So let us go ahead and start working on building up our next set here. So okay. Ooh, add rotors. Okay. But at the very least, we can at least get this kind of up and running a bit. Let's see. Let's Let's reposition that a little bit better. There we go. And logistics. Put that there. Then we want a splitter there. And then airlift there. I don't know if that's at the right height, but hopefully that works. Okay. Let's see. Take that, move that there. Is that looking fine? Hold on, let me... I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, you know, if it's like evenly height, you know, at the right height or anything along those lines. Yeah, looks fine. Oh, well, that's going to be a little irritating there. There we go. And we have that one going there. And then we have that one going all the way over there. Which... let's see. And nice. I judged that ever so nicely. Okay. Let's see. My power pole here isn't necessarily positioned in the right spot. So let's see. There's that. Remove that. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now let's get rid of the poles here because they're going to be getting in the way of the water. That needs to flow on down. But, I mean, if I can get at least these three up and running, then I should be pretty much good to go. Or, you know, I'll be doing better. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Hold on. We're not generating enough coal to keep these up and running. I have miner 2s already made, or I have miner 2s already researched. But I'm still using miner 1s here. Ooh, okay. So one of the things with the miner 2s is the fact that, you know, I need you know, the encased industrial beams and the steel pipes, right? So now, you know, here I am kind of working on the, you know, the steel beams over here so that they can eventually be used to make the, you know, the the bars, the reinforced bars. But you know, I'm making a lot of steel pipes as well. But you know, you know, I need to get the you know, that up and running to start, you know, making, you know, the limestone necessary to, you know, make the oh, I can't make it through regular constructor. I need a regular assembler. Right. Okay. Let's see. Right. And I need the encased, um, and I need the steel beams and not the pipes. Right. Okay. Well, frack. Kind of having these be made a little bit backwards, because if I'm going to be playing that over there to feed into the assembler, then I don't necessarily want it, you know, flowing over too many of my my conveyor belts here. You know, I want it to kind of just flow directly into the assembler. So, alright. Let's go ahead and kind of put these guys in standby for right now. Okay, because I want to change these to steel pipes. And I'm going to change this over to the you know, over to the steel belts, you know, just so I can get, you know, but clearly I need to reorganize everything a little bit more, or I'm gonna need to reorganize things. So first off, let's grab these and move them over here for the time being. Let's see, take all that. There we go. I mean, put that back in there. Why do I even have that? Okay. You know what? Let's pull that. Stop the production. Change this over to steel beam. Grab those. Deconstruct. Yes, what we're gonna do. Valid belt shape. Okay. Yeah, we're having problems with the our clipping there. Not surprising. Let's try to fix this a little bit. There we go. And put that over there. Then we'll have that go. Oh, god damn it. Really? I thought I moved it out far enough so that it won't be an issue. Guess not. Okay. You know, I still need the those steel plates to kind of keep on moving so that we can continue with the so that I can complete phase 2. So let's go ahead and, you know, start up production again, because, you know, we don't necessarily want it to stop. So oh wait. Actually, hold on. Let me grab all those because I actually want this to really kind of keep on moving full speed. Okay, so that's going in there. That should be fine. Just get rid of these. And we throw all these back in here. Grab a stack there. Okay, then what I want to do is create an assembler stick it out a little bit further, because the placement of the conveyor belt is going to be a little bit awkward on this, because I need to kind of have it go straight into there. And I want it to be doing the encased industrial beam. Let me get a little bit more foundation going here. Yeah, because the constructors are off center a bit, so there's that. Have that flow on there. I'm going to be having that make concrete. And now, let's see. Let's see. I'll just go ahead and throw storage container there. Put splitter pretty much out in front here, just so I can, because, I don't know what I might need the concrete for, or I might need the, what I might need this for, the industrial, encased industrial beams. So, I might need that for other production later on. So, let's see. I need some additional power for the, where are you at? Come here. Come here. Sorry. I gotta work. Power those up. Okay. Now, I'm gonna make a couple of the encased industrial beams manually, so that I can build, at least a mine or two there, so I can get the production going. So, so we're gonna go over here. Oh wait, I already have. I already kind of have a stack on hand, so, and I believe I still have some concrete in the storage bin down below, so let me go ahead and tackle that real quick. Yeah. So, okay, I need 10 encased industrial beams in order to make a miner 2. So, but I also need to get, I need to get those coal miners replaced, because clearly they're not producing enough in terms of overall power to get the job done. So, will I have enough portable miners to do the job though? I don't think so. Damn it. And I don't think I have a crafting bench, but I don't have an equipment workshop, so let me make about, yeah, I need 2 more miners for the time being. All right, let's fix the miner issue here. Interesting. All right, guess that's still kind of working. That's fine. No. Okay, now oh, there. Oh, no, there. I hope that's good. Put that into a splitter there. And then we do. Oh, damn it. We're already colliding with things here. Okay, there's that one gone. Good. Alright. Put a line there. Line there. And line there. Okay. And now we just need to get this guy some power. There we go. Now, that should produce enough coal to even power up the ones in the back. Like, a lot. At least, in theory. Let us go ahead and deconstruct all this, because this isn't working either. There we go. And then another miner here. There we go. Oh, I should have left the I should have left those 1 conveyor belt lines in. Damn it. Just so I can get the right height. I think that was the right height. Now, if there's a slight dip or, you know, change in height, then whatever. It doesn't necessarily matter all that much. You know, it's not like the items slide down the conveyor belts based off of, like change in height. Well, there's the rain. It's a weird effect because obviously, you know, you have the, you know, your pioneers kind of controlled in their environmental suit, and the rain is hitting the visor and sliding off, and it makes me want, think, oh my God, I have some water on my monitor that's, you know, sliding down my screen. It feels so like real. So if you're like, if you have this like full screen, then you might get freaked out, for a second. Okay. Um. Oh wait, I don't have water production going yet for these. Oh, actually, hold on. I want to have a little bit of a you know, pipe indicator to know, where um, you know, so I know where to kind of um, place my pipeline here. All right. So, with that being said, I don't have enough rotors to make any more water extractors. So, at least not here, not yet. Alright, so, well, before I go, let me use my last two miners to get my, the concrete being produced at the very least, so. There's that. And we have that flowing into there. And that should be good. That's going to be making concrete, which will flow in here, you know, which will make the beams and will eventually flow, into storage. At least for now. So let's go ahead and get this sucker powered up. Alright, it's off and going. And there's the limestone. Alright, so now that we have that going, let's go back to the main base because I need to get some more rotors. Oh wait, before I go, let us get I want to get enough to handle the logistics, so there we go. Now here's the thing that, you know, I'm gonna be needing to deal with a little bit because um you know, I still have the other part of the, you know, to complete phase two um to work out. So, you know, I still haven't gotten um I haven't even gotten the that wiring, you know, up and running yet. You know, everything so far has been the plating and the you know, and the scaffolding, you know, to kind of get that up and running. So, you know, the frameworks. So, um, you know, and I really need to kind of ramp up production on that if I can, but at the same time, um, you know, I'm kind of limited by the um, how fast um, those um, the assemblers can construct them. So I need 300 more of the plates. Let's see. I think I was making rotors over here, I believe. It will be so nice when and if I'm able to actually get, um, you know, like there should be a way for me to kind of be able to merge or, you know, send, you know, production from one area to another without too much difficulty. But obviously, you know, that's not now. I don't have that. Okay, yeah, this is making frames. Um, let's see. Uh, you know, I probably got, you know, a fair amount of ways to go to get to that kind of, you know, point. Because clearly I don't necessarily want, you know, conveyor belts running halfway across the world just to, you know, get, you know, items from one side of the world to another. Now, obviously, you know, transportation should be a little bit easier, you know, as we proceed along, but, you know, um, yeah, okay. Ooh. Wasn't the production up here all rotors? I think that's how I designed it. Yeah, rotors there. And rotors there. Yep. Okay. I mean, still gonna need some, rotors in order to, construct some of the more advanced, you know, make some more power generators, for example, you know, uh, some additional pipeline pumps and like. So the rotors aren't hurting right at this moment in time, but so it's just the constructors I feel are, or the assemblers aren't necessarily outputting at a good rate right at this moment in time. Now, obviously, you know, um, I could do a better job on, you know, right now I have, you know, iron rods seem to be doing really well, but I seem to be having a bit of problem with, um, wait, this hasn't even been producing anything. God damn it. Okay, there's rods. There's screws. Okay, so that should help out production here a lot. Uh, Now, it might get to a point where, like, you know, like it might not have, the constructor itself might not, or, I might run out of uh, screws to be, you know, fed into here. But, with double the set of screws coming in, then it should be able to handle, um, should be at a higher percentage at some point. At least, hopefully. Although it doesn't seem like I'm getting enough screws still to get that working. Oh well. Okay. Well, that it's still being made, so um, we have double screw sets being done over there. Yeah, see, I only have one line for the iron rods right at this moment in time, and the assembler here is waiting for the iron rods. So now, obviously, that will change once this gets filled up with iron rods. It'll fill up to this point, and all the additional iron rods will kind of flow that direction. But I mean, you know, will this line be able to make enough to, handle 2 lines of screws coming in? We'll see. Um, okay, let's see. Throw those in there for right now. Okay, we should be good overall for the time being on that front. Still have plenty here. To last a while. Now that I have power, let me see how I'm doing on my coupons overall. Only 7 of them, huh? Alright, well. Now let's see. Don't really need any of that. Huh. Okay. So it's just for looks. I was thinking that it was more something to do with like, hey, it has a cleaner inside, so it allows for a little bit more capacity to be flowing than its predecessor, but I guess not. Why would I purchase that then? I mean, obviously, um, one of the ideas is to eventually get into the idea of like, hey, let's build up some buildings and, you know, put things kind of inside a, more factory, you know, maybe isolate, yourself from more outside predators or the like. But I mean, I don't really need that yet, but I definitely want to get factory ladder going. And obviously, I don't want to spend my additional coupons on parts that, I'm constructing anyway right at this point. So, um, yeah, I don't really know. Like, um, I was kind of hoping that the organization or, the management here with the pipeline would be a little bit better than what I saw there. Oh well. Conveyor wall mount, conveyor ceiling mount, conveyor wall hole. Uh, yes. Yeah, we only have three. That's gonna take, leaves us four more, which we can't purchase either one of those two. Um, so let's go ahead and add that. And then, um, you know what? Let's just finish off those two.
Where did you leave your lizard doggos? What's in this storage container? Where did you put the essential components needed to save humanity? Do you wish there was text to prevent you from constantly taking the wrong turn? Disguise your struggles to comprehend the complexity of your surroundings with signs.
Okay, now. Obviously, don't have any hard drives right at this moment in time. Got this fairly researched. Although I could probably start working on these a little bit more. I've not found the source for this SAM, whatever it is. I'll get to that eventually. I think I have enough cadmium to get the cadmium ingots, but I should start, I should look into trying to get myself like my own, like, find a source and put a miner on it. So hold on, let me grab that. And start that research. There we go.
Research completed. Caterium ingot recipe unlocked. New caterium research available.
Put that back. Let's see. Go ahead and research that. There we go.
The mycelial networks of these fungi possess unusually resilient hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric.
And there's the 2 hour mark.
It has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth.
Okay, so I think that's where we're gonna go ahead and call this video for the time being. Obviously, I did a little bit of research, but obviously, I feel like there's still much more to go. I'm very close to getting the logistics done, but obviously, I still need the constructors to kind of keep on doing their jobs on that. Although, again, I feel like I can do a little bit of a better job on how much it produces, but I need to get there. But that's going to be in the next video, if anybody's watching this later on YouTube. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording here. So, leave a like and subscribe if you're watching this in its 2 hour part, and look forward to the next part in the series, which, well, I'm going to stop the recording now. So look forward to the next part. Okay, and now we're going to get into part 2 of today's stream. For anybody that's wondering, I'm splitting these into separate video recordings so that I can, upload them into YouTube in smaller chunks so people can kind of digest them a little bit easier. So, okay. Nutritional processor.
Research shows potential for processing planetary nutrients for pioneer benefit. Nutritional inhaler research available.
Uh-huh. Okay. That's not too bad. Let me grab these. That should be enough to do that. Okay.
Nutritional inhaler recipe unlocked. Using
I
this
appreciate the
will
fact that
restore
they
health,
put,
and
the
also gives your
100%
skin a
or
radiant
the
glow
completed
that is
there.
connected to well-being and probably not radioactivity.
Yep. Indeed. Yes. Yes. That's not. Yeah. Okay. Throw those back in there. I'm surprised I haven't researched this part. Oh, I need some wires. Okay. Let's go over to my copper. And just grab 2 stacks. Although I still have a couple stacks at the other place, but whatever. Alright. So, power slugs. This will give us the power shard. There we go.
Research completed. Yellow power slugs are further into their life cycle than blue power slugs, and thus have more potential energy stored. They can now be processed into power shards.
Okay. Sort that. Put that back. There we go. Okay. I was able to collect some shatters from other, from finding a crashed site, so I could probably see. There was something over here that required them. Let's see. I can't really do anything there, but I can definitely try to work on getting this up and running. Here, let's see. Oh, I do not have enough barrel nuts. Alright. Let's see. Let's go ahead and create some of the, let's create some hog protein here. There we go. And then, let's see. Yeah, I need 5 more there. Ooh, and I need a lot of... Alright, first off, before we get sidetracked, let me... There's some... That's over in this general direction, if I remember correctly. Missed. Oh, good. Got 20 altogether. Also, I need some more of the mushroom. So, and these provides more of the Mercelia. So, now I don't know if those, certain, arachnid style creatures respawn. If they do, then that's going to be a little annoying, but so far I haven't gotten any hostile notifications, so that's good. that's it, huh? Okay. Um, yeah, I just wanted to, you know, get some more of that because, you know, obviously you know, and, you know, you know, more research that I need to do with them, so I figured I might as well grab those. Oh wait, I also wanted to try to get like another set of barrel nuts so I don't have, you know, so I can keep the um, so I don't run out completely. There we go. Thankfully, you get 5 per, so that's nice. There we go. Okay. Start research on that.
Research completed. The protein inhaler can restore health in the eventuality that you have been carelessly damaging fix-it property.
Of course. I need about 1,000 cable. 4 and 5. All right. Let's see. Do that. Yeah.
Pocket dimension significantly expanded. I worked all afternoon, analyzing the transdimensional confibulatory permutations of alien DNA to achieve this.
Of course.
We are all doing our part for Fix-It.
Of course. Let's see. Now, if I do the 5 DNA, now do I need the? Yeah, I need the proteins themselves in order to make the DNA. So let's go ahead and make 5. There we go. And so we can research this.
Research to develop the rebar gun is now available. When completed, you will be in possession of a tool effective against any local obstacles actively objecting to the Fix-It mission.
Alright. Now this obviously needs the SAM in order to, you know, get further along here, which obviously, you know, we haven't found yet. So, could continue working through on the cadmium. Zipline would be interesting. That might make things a little bit easier to handle. Not sure what that's all about. Ah, here we are. Let's just grab the stack that I have. Okay. And then we can unlock that.
Medical properties of local mycelia established.
Huh.
New research options available. Medical
Okay.
inhaler variants.
Let me go grab a stack of the um, biomass over here. Let's see. So that I can research that one. Okay. So we can get this one researched. Done.
Research completed. Fabric recipe unlocked. New mycelia research available.
Okay. Then we can grab the others from there. Let me go ahead and throw the remaining 100 back into the chest over here because I don't necessarily need to keep them. Currently out of materials here. Not that I'm like in desperate need of them right at this moment in time, seeing that, you know, we still have, you know, an entire storage collected of biomass there, you know, that's being constructed into the solid and being used in over here, but yeah. So that's gonna last a while, I feel. So let's grab that and that for the next research part. Research both of these.
Vitamin inhaler recipe unlocked. Not only does it restore your health, it also acts as a preventative supplement against scurvy and other shortage-induced conditions. Unfortunately, it does not improve aesthetics, but Pioneer helmets are built to withstand extreme circumstances.
Uh-huh. Thanks.
Therapeutic inhaler recipe unlocked. It smells like fried breakfast induced cardiac arrest.
Oh,
But surprisingly,
nice.
it restores you to full health.
Okay. Okay. Um, Nobelisk. Oh, a simple explosive useful for clearing boulders, vegetation, and other obstacles. Gotcha. So this would be a gas version of it. Deadly gas cloud. Gotcha. Okay. Um, well, we haven't gotten to the explosives yet, or at least I haven't found anything that outright screams explosives from what I've seen so far. But apparently I need to start researching the sulfur line a little bit more. Gotcha. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and start trying to do that a little bit more. So throw all those back in there, throw those in there, put that back in there. Instead of throwing the leaves in the, you know, the wood in those two, you know, that line has already been pretty much built up. You know, that's going to last a while, so it doesn't necessarily need a lot of wooden leaves right at this moment in time, but I'm pretty sure my other line over on near the coal definitely does. So we're gonna have to kind of work on that a bit. Um, okay. Ladders are gonna come be nice and handy. I need some quartz as well to get started. Alright. Okay, so I need 3 more extractors. There's 3 more water extractors um, for the other coal power line that I need to do. Um, I'm gonna be needing to, make a lot of the minor Mark IIs. So that's gonna kind of give me a rough estimate of what I need there. Um, let's see. I'm gonna need 3 more of the coal power plants. I handle that. And I think that's about it. And I'm like really kind of needing, I feel. So, um, so clearly I need more rotors. Um, I feel like I have, um, I'm gonna have enough, iron rods, um, copper sheets. I believe I still have all that back at the main base. I could probably do with grabbing another stack of frames. I have plenty of cable with me. I'm gonna have plenty of steel pipes back at the coal area. So, um, so I just need to get. I'm still gonna need to make some more portable miners to handle what I need. So, I need to use the restroom here real quick. So, be right back. I'm just gonna kind of let this sit, but let this continue production. Might as well. But obviously, I'm gonna mute myself. So, be right back. Okay. Sorry about that, our folks. Alright. Let's go ahead and get into this, shall we? Don't know why my camera's not picking up, I guess, my face here. What's going on here? I don't know if there's any way for me to... Here, hold on a second. Let me try to see if I can somehow reset this. Okay, hopefully I'm just reloading the kit. Okay, there it goes. There we go. There I am. Alright. So, let us go and grab our rotors. Or, a set of rotors. Let's see. I forget. Is it rotors over here, or was it rotors back at the main base? I think it was maybe rotors back at the main base. Okay, well, we have the 300 for the logistics 3, so we can at least get that started. So, and I think this was the frames, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Let me grab about 2 stacks of it, because I have a funny feeling that I'm probably going to be using quite a bit. So, oh, up there. I have to kind of make it like a little signpost or something like that up here so that I know, like, just so I know where the entrance to this is. Short of like, putting foundations across this entire gap. But, let's, I don't necessarily want to do that, but I will if I need to. I think this is where I was creating rotors. Yeah. So let's grab a stack of those. That should be fine. Yeah. Let's go ahead and send logistics 3 off. we go. And launch.
Milestone reached. Improved storage containers and the conveyor belt Mark III provide the obviously necessary tools for improving your current setup.
Yep.
Production speed is of the essence after all. So work hard. Work as if every person you have ever or will ever love is depending solely on the choices that you make.
Oh, that's
Because they
nice.
are.
Oh, thank you.
Warning. Fix-it psychologists recommend not dwelling on the crushing mental and physical strain of your responsibilities and simply continuing to be productive.
But yet
Good
you
work
told
has
me about
repeatedly
that.
proven to be the best cure for any kind of stress. Now back to work.
Oh yeah, because work definitely reduces stress. Okay. Um. Now, not quite sure. What the need for this would be. Um. But I think I'd prefer going for more something along the lines of this because I need a little bit more transportation getting from one area to the other. So, and obviously I don't have the encased industrial beams or the steel pipes with me. I can easily go down and grab the copper sheets, but obviously it's going to take a while before it comes on back. So we have time in that regard. Um, Now let's see. Um, right, I can't make the portable miners there. All right. Let's see. Let's see. I know. Okay, I have the 3 nodes already being built with the miner 2. But there's 2 other nodes there that I probably haven't been, I haven't constructed yet. I have 3 nodes of iron down below. I have so that's a total of 5. I have 1 copper, so that's 6. I have 2 up, at the original starting location, so that's 8. I have 2 more that are working, 2 more iron that are working on, um, the frames um, and the reinforced iron plates. So that's a total of, wait, did I say 8? Well, here, let me just make about 10. Or actually, let me make 12 so that, um, I still want to make some miners on a cadmium and on a quartz. So I don't know if I'm gonna have enough, you know, portable miners for it all, but uh, it'll be a good start, I feel. So, alright, yeah, reinforced iron plate is gonna be, I feel a little problematic here. Um, Here, let's see what we can do about like maybe bumping up production of the plates over here. Because, I mean, I have a line that's not even being used right at this moment, you know. So, okay, so it looks like iron plates are my slowdown right at this point. Okay. Aha. Okay, so it's not a matter of um well, I mean, obviously I'm having a slowdown in terms of plates here, you know, that's slowing down production here. Now, what I can do is I can kind of reset everything here a little bit better than what I'm doing. So first off, let's shut this down. And let's take all that and we'll throw it into here just so we can get, you know, some more iron plates being made over on this end so that we can kind of continue, you know, producing some more over there. So, and it'll clear out the iron node over here. So what I'm going to do, um, I'm basically going to kind of move my two constructors here over for this one, you know. Um, so this line here will be making the screws, you know, for this, and then I'll have both, you know, both the middle line and the line over here on the right hand side, you know, on well, on this, you know, this side here, this lane, you know, will be used to make, you know, the steel plates or the iron plates to make the reinforced iron plates there. So let's kind of get to work on this here real quick. Close that down there, close that down there, close that down there, and here, let's throw those in there for the time being. Oh, that was another random iron ore in that. Okay, and then oh, right. I still need the encased industrial beams. What am I thinking? Alright, well, this will have to wait. Let's get over to our conveyor belt line so that I can try to travel a little bit faster. There we go. Probably would have gone there by now, maybe. But I mean, the conveyor line here does, you know, slightly speed up my travel. You know, one of the reasons why I'm kind of wanting to go for the hyper tubes, just so I can travel between, you know, this area that I've set up, you know, for the steel and you know, for my main hub location. All right. Wait. Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh. I haven't gotten any in the storage because we haven't gotten a conveyor belt to unload it all. There it goes. I was wondering what the heck? I've been letting it go for a while now. It should have, you know, a few, not a ton, but a few in there. Um, you know, clearly, you know, um, the steel beams are taking a long time to kind of construct, but, you know, I don't know, not quite sure, you know, what other slowdown might be happening right at this moment in time to kind of cause that. Okay, it looks like coal is the main contributing factor here. Iron seems to be doing perfectly fine, but coal not so much. Which is a bit weird, seeing that, you know, coal and iron are in the same kind of position, so I'm not quite sure um, why I'm having such a issue. Hmm. Alright, well, I have my, oh, no, I do not have my encased industrial beamer at the moment. Alright, I'll just hold on to those for right now. And if I need to fix the coal line, then let's fix the coal line here. Yes, clearly this isn't doing it. There we go. And then we'll mark this as hotbar 0. that up. And then like that with that. And then we need power. Alright. Now that should produce enough coal to, not really worry too much about, obviously, we have a little bit of a gap here with our coal, but, you know, that should produce quite a bit to handle our needs a bit. Obviously our iron ore is probably going to be, the bottleneck after that. So let's see what we can do about. Let's go ahead and replace our, iron ore. Ugh, thud. Let's get that. Let's get this out of the way. There we go. Grab some more of those berries. Alright. Now, we'll go ahead and put this on standby for it now because, obviously I don't necessarily want it to be making, grabbing more ore. And I do want it to eventually flow out of here so that I don't have to worry about trying to, like, manually put the ore in the, over there. So we'll let that clear on out. In the meantime, let us gather up some leaves and woods over here so that we can, make sure that our bio plants, our reactors over there are fed well enough so that we don't have to worry too much about power per se for a while, or at least that's the hopes. Still going over there. There it goes. That's the last remaining of the iron ore, so let me just collect everything else over here real fast before I go over and fix the miner. This will allow for the construction of more of the encased anyway, so although obviously if I don't get the iron back up, the steel beams aren't gonna be made anyway, so but let's see. I just want to kind of clear this place out of leaves and wood before I leave here again. Alright, there we go. Close that down. Break that. Now we'll set this up. There we go. And then place this back. There's that. And now we power that back up. So now we got iron flowing once again. Or at least we will. And there it goes. Okay, so all the miners over here are already kind of been placed um, with the miner twos. So we're pretty much good there. Um, what I'd, in some ways, what I'd like to do is, try to get the encased, um, you know, uh, encased and the steel pipes, back over nearby the space elevator. But at the same time, um, I don't know if I really want to, uh, I don't know if I really want to, try to make all these. I mean, I could try to combine, I can merge the, I can merge the lines. I can put like the merge line here, to have all these parts that I'm creating, um, these, encased industrial beams, the the steel pipes, I could have them all kind of traveling together down that path, but the problem is that I can't separate them afterwards. So they will just kind of clog up the line after a while, and you know, my work on getting these built up is going to stall if I do that, right? The other possibility is, making their own separate lines all the way out. But, that is a lot of tracks leading out there. So, again, it's like, uh, I kind of want to, um, you know, uh, I kind of wish that I have some other means of gaining resources, back over nearby the space elevator without having to rely um, on the conveyor belt system. But all right, but um, I don't seem to have any, good options for that yet. So, all right, let's go ahead and drop these leaves and pieces of wood over here. Let's see. This was the leaves. And here, throw the wood down. There we go. All right, now, um, am I lining this up properly? There we go. Oh, okay. Ran out of uh, reinforced plates. Oh, which I'm kind of... Ah, okay. Yeah, I figured that that was going to be, you know, the next step in the evolution would be these steel beams. Problem is that they are slow on being produced. So this is a bit problematic. Alright, sorry about that. I saw a message prompt on Discord. Alright. Alright. Let us... Oh, did I even have enough to handle the water extractor? I do not. Oh boy. Alright, well, I need to fix that one iron production anyway, so let's get started. Or I might need to search for another iron node so that I can make another so that I can start working on, you know, just make some more of the reinforced iron plates, because clearly I need more, and I'm not making enough to support everything that I need to do. So, at least not yet anyway. And as much as I, you know, like, sure, I'm, you know, I got the Mark III, and I can now make the Mark III escalators and stuff, but right now, my steel beams are, you know, basically just being used to make the, you know, the reinforced, you know, the scaffolding there. So, wait, I need to go back this way. Alright. Let's see. There we go. Alright. First off, let us get this put in. There we go. And then splitter there. And then there, there, There. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Here, let's grab all those. And we'll put them over here. Just so we can, have it, make some more iron, the iron plates so it can so we can kind of try to use, it's gonna be a while. Here, let's grab all those. I mean, I'm pretty sure that, these iron rods are enough to handle, making enough screws to, for all that. So we're going to put all these in here. And then what I want to do, let's see, you're not pointing to anything in particular, so I'm going to remove you for now. Okay. Oh, it's instructors need a need a little bit of the reinforced steel. Alright. This will make iron rods, which in turn I'll use to make these screws. Which will kind of flow towards that way. Let's see, hold on, let me, let's turn that off real quick. Let me grab the screws over there and we'll move them over here for the time being. Then we'll grab the iron rods here and move them over here. There we go. Let's see. Yes. Still need a lot there. Yeah, let's. Okay. Put those there. Okay, are we all done? We're all done. Okay. So now we're going to deconstruct this. And then we need to reposition you. And we'll have you make just straight up iron plates. So then we'll have you flowing in there. And we're not really having a place that will make... I don't think we have anything collecting steel plates anymore. At least I don't believe so. Hold on, let me double check that real quick. You know, because because my production that's over here is just kind of making rotors, which I don't think, needs the steel plates. So I don't think I'm making any steel plates over here. So I don't think there's any kind of collection going on over here. Now, don't get me wrong, I have a storage container that has a lot of steel plates in them right at this moment in time. But the thing is that I don't think I have anything being stored. Oh, I got running nose. 1 second, be right back. Okay, tripped up my nose a little bit, so it should be, should remain fallen for a short time anyway. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, we're still going very slow there in terms of rods, but again, I'm not making any steel plates anywhere around here. So, um, you know, so yeah. So I don't think I have a location that is making any steel plates at this time. So this is basically all I have left in that regard. Even though, this is quite a bit already. Um, I should get back to trying to, keep that like, fully stocked, in a sense. So, all right. I forgot to give myself some steel pipes to bring over here. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I'm maxed out in terms of steel pipes. Probably already over at my coal center. But oh wait, I need 500, so let's just grab 600. I mean, I'm gonna be needing to make those water extractors anyway, so. There we go. Alright, let's see. We'll let that go for now. Let's see. Wait, yeah. I wanted to verify that, you know, whether or not I was making steel plates or not. So, all right. Okay. Okay. Close that down. Close that down. Close that down. Because we want the constructor to be close by. There we go. Then what we're going to do is we're going to put a merger right about there so that I can get the steel plates kind of going into one location. Then we'll have that flow right into there. And then we're going to create a storage container so that we can no. Oh, right. That's silly me. I'm trying to think of a merger as the same as a splitter. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. Although the positioning here isn't that ideal, so you know what? I'm gonna put the storage for the iron plates over here. Okay. And now we just need power. So you go there, you go there. Let's see. And you need to make iron plates. And we'll just throw the iron ingot in there, back as before. We need okay, that's powered. Okay. That there. Let's see. One there, and we're good. Okay, so all we need to do now is get our our miner to get powered up, so it can supply all the iron ore, and everything will be running fine. So hopefully we'll, you know, I mean, it's, you know, the, you know, are we going to be able to produce, are we going to be producing too many steel plates to, feed our, um, our reinforced iron plate production? Um, I don't know. Right at this moment in time, no. But here's the thing. Once again, we're filling up a container, so that's slowing down the overall production over here. So we'll just kind of have to let this go for right now. Um, so, okay. Okay, so right now, um, the reinforced iron plates are my biggest slowdown right at this moment in time. I think I only have that one node being used to construct the reinforced iron plates, and obviously that's not enough to what I need to do. Um, so what I think I'm going to need to look into is, um, dedicating another iron node into um, into further production. Oh, there's quite a number of them over here. Okay. Right over there, huh? Okay. Let's see. What about sulfur? Is sulfur nearby? Ooh. Not very. So, one there and one there, huh? And that's it, huh? Oh, there's one out there. Okay, well, I do know that there is like a coal over here. So I could maybe set up another like minor base over in this area, maybe? Hmm. Okay. let's see. What about quartz? Now I know that there is a large deposit of quartz right over here. Yeah. But that gets into some very dangerous territories. I might need to kind of risk it though, because I feel like the next part of what I need is going to be quartz. Okay, where are we looking at here? Okay, so one there, and one way out there, huh? Hmm. Okay. Um. Okay. I need some more reinforced iron plates. So let's see about trying to like do a whole bunch of production over here. Any additional hogs around here? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's get these out of the way. Now, unfortunately, these are kind of placed a little oddly. So, or, they're kind of, like obviously I can't necessarily, I don't necessarily want to be having, the iron ore go all the way up to the very top there to start, some production, but it almost feels like I might need to for this one in particular, because, going to the left, going to the right are both kind of blocked off, and going straight this way is also kind of blocked off by this node here. So it's like, am I going to have to just face it that direction and, go up the mountain or go up the hill? Might do a little bit of clipping on that, but, um, all right. So let's go ahead and kind of now I don't want to work on uneven ground, especially when it comes to the especially seeing that I have, constructions going on over there already. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a foundation from over there all the way over here, and we'll start up, we'll start up a line for getting the reinforced Um, and plates going here. Let's see. Love how the tree is like clipping through that. Alright. Alright. Collect some more leaves and wood for the production center nearby the coal plant. And then now, thankfully, I have plenty of concrete and the steel plates, and with more steel plates being constructed, I don't necessarily need to worry too much about um, you know, running out anytime soon. So no, no, no. Is there a way that I can... and maybe build multiple of them? Hmm. Let's see. Oh, maybe that's what it is. There we go. It's just, you know, one of the particular settings. Okay. So now, the alignment for this isn't great, so let's realign it to be, you know, kind of facing us a little bit more. There we go. And then we'll do one smelter here. Kind of sticking out on the end there, but that should be fine. Alright, there's that. And then, let's see. We'll do... not enough reinforced iron plates. Not surprising on that. So, let's go ahead and I mean, there's been a few that's been made over here, but obviously not enough to, you know, 50 is not a lot, but it'll have to do for right now. All right. Let's see. Get that. Okay, now we want a splitter there. And then what the heck? Oh, is it not at the right height? Hold on. Not really. Nope. Yeah. Not the right height. Okay. Let's fix that real quick. Although the overall positioning might be bad as well, so okay. There we go. That should do. Yeah, it's not positioned very well on this one. So let's reposition that. Let's try doing it like that way, maybe. Still not great, but nope, still having a problem there, huh? Okay, well, looks like I'm gonna have to kind of push these back. Alright. Let's see, will that work? Nope. Let's see. to be able to kind of get a good sense of where I need to kind of push it back to. So that's why I'm kind of using this one as a kind of a model of where to go. So there we go. And then, oh, did I do it again? I did it again. God damn it. I hate when it, here I am trying to get this to flow a certain direction, and every single time it goes back to this, like, like it tries to like go away from me instead of like coming towards me. And it's like, I really wish that there was like a way that I can like maybe set like a, you know, like a way to kind of have it, you know that it, you know, I want it to kind of face towards me a bit, you know, I don't know. It's just, okay, and now, nope, that didn't do. It's getting a little irritating that, you know, I'm not getting the right kind of setup right here. I mean, short of spinning the miner around a little bit just to try to get that, you know, try to work it that way. It's like, or like, you know, completely repositioning the, you know, you know, change the overall positioning of, you know, the you know, smelters, but you know, you know, that's going to make for some ugly design as well because it's not, you know, easily lined up with, um, you know, it's just not going to be easily lined up. So, once again, I have it try to align it for this direction, and it defaults to the other direction. It's like, stop that. Did this happen again? Yep, it happened over here too. That one. There's that. There we go. That was a bit irritating, but got it done, so there we go. Okay. Now, constructors. Constructor, 2 constructor, 3 constructor. And I don't think I have enough reinforced plates to... Yeah. Alright. I don't know why I fell down. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, we're still kind of... we still have the fact that we're kind of slowed down by our overall steel plate production. It almost feels like these are also kind of being slowed down as well. Yeah, they're 67%. So are the smelters themselves not? Smelters themselves aren't getting enough. Well, might as well throw the extra that I have in there, but I mean, my miner 2's, you know, outputting as much as it can for all of them. So, alright. Okay. So this time around, I'm gonna have the outside track be the screws. We'll have the inside track making the steel plates here, or the iron plates. I don't know why I keep on saying steel, but whatever. And then, oh wait, I still need to get one more constructor over here to be able to make the screws. There we go. And then, let's see, we'll do the, oh. I'm missing cable. Oh no! Okay, well, let me head back to the, let me go back to the coal. And that way I can get some more of the reinforced or the enriched steel beams. Or encased steel beams, whatever. You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm trying to say. yeah, got a decent amount here, so thank you for that. Oh, let me grab the 2 stacks of pipes. Actually, let me grab 3 stacks so that I have, enough for the hypertubes and, some extra on hand just in case. Then we'll go on over here and feed the, continue feeding these for the, let's see, I think this first one was leaves, yeah. And then put some wood in there. There we go. And now we go on down here. And you know what? Let's just take all of it. I don't think well, I mean, I still have the, I still have to take care of the production over here in terms of, getting the power plants up and running. Um, getting the water in pipes, but, I still need all the, reinforced iron plates to, handle, the 3 water extractors, which, I haven't gotten yet, so. Um, oh, grab that. Now that's one of the, while the conveyor belts, being high up in the air is great that, it doesn't necessarily block me from running. It does make things a little bit of a problem to get up to them. But apparently I have a fantastic jump height. Wait. I don't need to go all the way back there. I just need to go this way. Alright, let me get... Oh, come on now. What are you doing? There we go. Okay, so now that we have that taken care of, push this away a bit so that we can get enough room to handle let's see, I'll do this there. There we go. There we go. And then reinforced iron plates. Okay, now we definitely need some power, so power node. Okay. And I'll put one right there. Put another one. Let's just put it over here on the side. There we go. Get that going. Then we'll put that one. Well, that didn't really work. Alright. There we go. Okay, now. That one, that one. And that one, and that one. And this one will power up that one. This will power up that one. Oh. Damn it. I need a little bit more. There we go. And then I'll grab that one to power up that and that. Okay. And we should be good. Everything should be working pretty much in order, but obviously we need to get the iron ore flowing here. Iron rods are being made. Iron plates are being made. So in this particular case, you know, because I had them kind of being produced at the same time, the steel plates are kind of winning out and being overly produced versus the screws. So alright, well, let's go ahead and make ourselves a little bit of a storage container here so that we can, you know, build that up. Although I have the better storage container, right? Right, I do. Oh, that requires the steel beams. Why does it feel like every single time that you know, um, I need to, um, you know, like I'm getting, I feel like I'm getting further and further along, like, oh yay, and then suddenly I'm kind of slapped with, oh no, you actually need a lot of this. It's like, okay, which is kind of problematic because once again, um, the coal and um, um, coal and iron are pretty much there. Like, there's some iron up in here. There's, obviously the coal down there. But, you know, I would need to really, like, um, do some conveyor line gymnastics to kind of get the everything to kind of flow into each other just to start, like, really building up the foundries out here to really make the, steel plates, you know, work. Which, I mean, I'm probably going to need to do anyway because making 1,000, you know, uh, 1,000 of these, it's not exactly something that I'm looking forward to. Um, and I haven't even started trying to make these yet, so. Okay. Yeah, let me see about trying to get these hypertubes up and running so that I can. I did it again. I, I closed out the game again. Damn it, Jim. What are you doing? Okay, well, I just lost progress because obviously it doesn't save the file prior to closing. I gotta stop doing that. That's the second time that I've done that. The the problem that I have is the fact that, I um the symbol that they have for the close for their own um like menu system is the same as like the Windows close symbol. And it's like I yeah, it's the same, but it's ah maybe I should make sure that it does this full screen. I mean, once it's done coming back, I'll put it over here on the screen and let's see about trying to do full screen on this. Um, it doesn't seem to want to allow me to confirm this. What's going on here? Oh, I got a runny nose. Hold on, be right back. All right, there we go. So apply, confirm. It went into full screen, and now clicking in here, and it's not letting me confirm for some odd reason. It's as though the whole screen is not answering my. It's still feeling like it's still in the windowed mode, so it's not, it's not adjusting to my directions to go back to full screen. Let me try this. Window full screen. Confirm. Okay, that worked. Can we go to full screen now? Apply. Confirm. Nope, it doesn't like that for some reason. It's not registering my clicks right at this moment in time, as though it's a fake screen. I heard something activate there for a second. Alright, well, I guess this will have to do. Okay, load. Let's see. Oh, that was a good 9 minutes ago. That's not great. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording here. I'll go ahead and fix the issues in the next video, so, or return back to where I was prior to me being stupid and clicking the close button. Um, and we'll wait. This is full screen here. It's not even windowed. Game, what are you doing here? Okay. Um. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stop this recording. So we'll go back to the uh, 2 hour mark. So for those of you liking this part 2 of today's live stream, then like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the description for multiple links down there. But that's gonna be it for this version of the recording. Stay tuned for part 3. So stop in recording now. And starting at part 3 of today's stream. So, okay. I'm in full screen mode right at this moment in time. Not even windowed. Like, I'm not even seeing the, um, I'm not seeing the windowed full screen. It's put me into full screen completely here. It's like, eh? Okay, well, whatever. Okay, so, okay, so, all right. Get those running. There. Okay, we should be good. Oh, right. I wanted to, I put um, a storage container out here to collect all the plates. There we go. Okay. Well, we're just gonna kind of let that go, and it probably would be great if I can get like another line of screws being constructed here so that I can put it into the assembler as well, so it always has a constant supply of screws and iron plates going. Um, but it just does not seem it. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that with what I have right at this moment in time. Like, I don't know if my overall production line is going to be able to handle that. Like, I feel like I'm barely getting enough um, to kind of keep these going at 100% right at this moment in time. So putting another line down for the screws are going to be difficult, and even then, I mean, I could use, you know, I could try to make another miner here, and have it just create screws, but I mean, that feels like a waste. So, although what I could do is I could have it, um, hmm, it's gonna be a little messy though. Um, what I could do is I can create the second miner here, have it, we can try to build over here on the right hand side, although there's really not a lot of room for me to do that. See, I barely have enough room to get like, 2 rows of platforms. So, no, no, no. Alright. You know, I'd only get about 2 lines of foundations here to construct anything more. But I mean, if I could get, if I could get 2 more rows, 2 more lines of the screws, being made, and then 1 line of the steel plates, and then merge them together, then this would be like constantly running. I feel like I could probably get 100% out of it, although might be just kind of be a waste of time though, or just a waste of resources overall. I think, you know, my time would probably be better spent, trying to find like hard drives for like better upgrades than it is, trying to manage that a little bit. Okay, let me go and drop off the steel tubes and the um, encased steel beams. Get that milestone going. Although I'm afraid that the hypertubes themselves are probably going to be needing steel beams to work as well. Or maybe they only need steel tubes. That would be interesting. All right. So throw those in there and throw that one in there. There we go.
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also error% safer than jump pads. You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fixit listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes.
That's scary.
Hypertubes. Because Fixit makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
That's scary. Stop looking at my dreams. No one needs to see my dreams. Thank you very much. Okay, so okay. Okay. Ooh. Hmm. The energy cost. Okay, it's actually not that bad. I mean, I'm making a lot of the tubes right at this moment in time, so although hold on. I still need to make the automatic wiring, which I need the, these right down here, which I need the steel tubes. Yeah. Okay. There is a copper line right next to the iron line out by the um, out here, so um, there's one like right there, I believe. Interesting that I didn't ping it. I guess I'm like right at the very edge of it. Okay. Well, um, well, the thing is that in order to make that particular part for the phase 2, I really don't want to have it, have to, or, make the steel pipes run all the way over here just to try to interact with this particular storage. I don't want to do that. I just do not want to have to worry about the logistics of trying to have, to worry about um, the belts traveling that far. So, and then, trying to, like, deal with all um, the builds from then on. I, I just, that would give, that would just give me a headache trying to deal with all that, I feel. Um, that would basically make Josh's dream of, the, convoluted, um, conveyor belts, that much more prevalent if I tried doing anything along those lines. So, um, So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make um, another miner over there and um, start kind of combining both the tubes and the copper together to, make the um, that final part for the phase. I'm still going slow on the other two parts. As you can see, it's not really going that high anyway, but um, I don't know. Still, I left all these out here. Let me break those down for now. Um, I still have all this to kind of clean up as well, or make it a little bit more efficient. I'm pretty sure that I'm still kind of falling behind there. Um, but let me get the um, I mean, obviously, I've probably made enough of the steel tubes that I could probably you know get away with using grabbing a lot of it for the hyper tubes anyway. Um, but let me at least start the process of getting the um, um, getting that advanced wiring going. So I can at least get it feeding. Oh, wait. But if I put it on this line, once again, I'm going to be stuck with the process of um, trying to split it before it gets there. Alright. No. Yeah, see. Here's the copper line. So if I do a line here, although I'll probably need to put it on the, probably need to have it kind of go around on the outside there, because last I remember I put the steel pipes on the outside edge as well. So maybe we'll put it here for right now. Oh, I did not grab myself enough, a lot of steel plates or reinforced plates. Okay. But here, let me. No, I don't need you to mine limestone. I wanted you to pick up leaves. So I'm probably gonna have to put them over here, which is gonna be a little interesting in the sense that we don't really have anything. Gotta kind of put this a little bit a ways here because placement is a little off. Because I need to, um, you know, I'm gonna need to smelt it. And then I need to convert it over to, you know, wire, and then I can feed it into this over here so that I can make the automated wiring. Or no, wait, no, I need to use it to make the striders, which then will be used to make the automated wiring. Oh, I might need to make 2 lines. Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to kind of do that, or probably want to do that anyway. Have the, you know, like 3 smelters kind of next to each other again. And if that's the case, then I'm probably gonna want to move this slightly over and then use this opening here to kind of go over here. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Now, let me. Let me adjust this. Kind of wish that I could, you know, just say, you know, store all of these, but yeah, it doesn't work that way. There we go. And then I'll just take about 2 stacks of these, just to kind of have them on hand. And then we can break down this. Okay. So basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna have, you know, this line kind of coming out here a bit, because I need to kind of make room for the steel pipes. Because then I need to kind of get that over here, and then, you know, have the constructor here making the um, um, although wait, this isn't necessarily centered nicely. Hold on. There we go. Then we'll put, you know, a constructor down, and then, you know, we'll have that constructor feeding into here to handle the straters, which will then kind of come on out, and then obviously we'll need to, you know, have a storage for, you know, some of the straters, you know, and but, you know, I need it kind of feeding into, you know, another line there, basically, but again, I don't have enough reinforced iron plates. And then, you know, I have like, you know, two constructors making the the wiring to feed into the other assembler, you know, to make the last part um, of the construction there. So, all right. This still leaves, right? Yeah. Um, let's see. Oh, I need quartz in order to make the damn label signs. God, ah, frack. Okay. Well, looks like I'm definitely gonna wanna put a little bit of time into trying to get some quartz then, because I'm getting kind of tired of not knowing, you know, um, what storage container contains what. You know, it'd be nice to just be able to see the signs and all that. So, all right, well, back out we go for some more reinforced iron plates. Although, hmm, are we having an overlapping? Oh, because I somehow put the entrance right next to the line there. That's why I was having an issue with the clipping. Hmm. Pipe is too long. Oh no. Okay. Oh, pipe is too long again. Okay. Go right there. Ah, damn it. That'll be fine. Go. I wonder if there's a way to kind of make a bit of a junction or whatnot. We'll find out pretty soon because I want to, eventually I want to get to a place where I can, um, be able to kind of split the pipe into a couple, different um, directions if I can. Missing materials, gotcha. Hypertube junction. That's probably what I can do. Um, Although I kind of wonder you know, how it would work, especially if you're like flying into said junction, like in one direction, how would it handle you going, which way you would go, you know? So, okay, reinforce templates. Okay, grab stack there. And grab a stack there. Nice. Alright. Let me drop off some of these extra resources that I collected along the way. I'm also probably going to want to, like, cut down some branches and, cut down some trees on my way back to kind of deal with the hypertube because obviously, I mean, I gotta go back to grab some more steel pipes anyway, so, but, throw those in there. Actually, I didn't really have that much to work with in that regard. Okay, well, it is what it is. Okay. Let's go with the expanded power infrastructure. Um, I mean, I definitely have enough of the copper wire, so that's not that big of a deal. Um, Frames, I probably have enough for the 150. I think I've stored enough for the steel beams, but obviously I'm still, the encased industrial beams are still kind of a slow process right at this moment in time. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. So let's go grab those copper wire. Oh, wait. Okay. There we go. For some reason, even though I was kind of looking towards the wire, it decided to select the copper plating for me for some reason. So, and there we go. There's that. Let me go and grab the frames, because that's, the next on the milestone. And, I haven't really been pushing on grabbing, these frames all that much, so it should have built up quite a bit. So, 1, 2, and 3. There we go. And let me throw that in there and grab just one full stack. So. There we go. And then we're good there. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, no. Okay. We'll leave the rest of that alone for right now. Let us go. Let us head on back and grab some more of the copper pipe, or the steel pipe, so that we can finish the rest of the hypertube, because that kind of want that for fast travel. And I hope it's a faster form of travel. Clear out some of these trees that are kind of, that have been kind of in the way of the um, um, of the lines, but at the same time, not too terrible. But with the hypertube kind of coming on through, I want to make sure that I have enough space for anything. I don't necessarily want to clip through trees or anything along those lines. So. which apparently I am. Okay. Okay. There we go. Now, I do have a third hand slot. Can I put that there? I can. Awesome. Okay, now, there we go. Let's see. Okay. Grab another stack. Let's see, and then let's grab all that. Then I'll grab a stack there. And we'll be able to handle the next milestone for the expanded power infrastructure. Now, the one thing that I didn't really do in this particular case was set up a container holding onto the biomass prior to it being made into the solid biofuel. So I think that's kind of one of the things that I might have messed up, or I definitely messed up here on my construction. So maybe maybe I should let this kind of ride out here real quick. Here, let me stop the production here real quick. Same with here. That way, you know, these will eventually get filtered down Although that's going to be a while. Yeah. Um, hmm. This wasn't the same as, this isn't the same kind of setup that I had on the other side over there. So I should probably readjust this to be a little bit more, um, like, be able to kind of construct or, have storage for the solid biofuel and for the regular biofuel. So, um, but we'll have to worry about that a little bit later. Um, let's see. Transport hypertubes. Okay. Let me just grab like all the steel tubes that I've gotten so far, or at least quite a bit. There we go. Um, all right. Let me set up. You know, I have. I have a little bit of the reinforced steel plates, so there we go. Let's see. Okay. Now. Um, and okay. And there we go. Okay, now. Now we'll make the copper. Which we'll have go all the way over here, up and into every single last one of these. And we'll have and then copper, copper, and copper. There we go. And then I want constructor, constructor, constructor. Okay, then alright, now need this to be made into wire. And then we do that. And then we do that. Then build this one forward a bit. And then power up these. There we go. And then, let's see. That one needs to be powered up. And let's see. Splitter. Just have these go in here for right now. Store them away. At least for the time being. There we go. Okay, and then, you know, I need you to make wire as well. And you to just make copper sheets. Might as well. Then we'll have another constructor. There we go. Then that's going to be fed into there, and this will be needing to make some wires. this forward a little bit. Okay, and then just for the heck of it, I'm going to put splitter here. And we'll go ahead and put another storage over there so that we can kind of take all that copper sheets and put it into storage for right now. But I'm out of reinforced steel plates again, so, or iron plates, so the idea of making the phase 2 isn't working very well, but let's see. Yeah, I still need 8 more to make one more assembler, and obviously more to make the lines going to them. Okay. Oh. I mean, because I was doing all this work over here anyway, you know, building everything up, I can at least try to get, I can start trying to get this going. I hope this doesn't kill me when I exit. But it is indeed a lot faster than trying to travel via you know, my own 2 feet. Ah! Oh, okay. Okay, I mean, oh wait. Is this like another entrance? Oh wait, it doesn't actually act as an entrance. Gotcha. It will only act um, as an exit. Okay. Then it begs the question, um, you know, well, no, it looks like I can put the entrance on here and it would probably allow for me to go both ways. Okay. So that's fine. Let me do, yeah, not so much that. Yeah. Can I remove that? Put the hypertube and branch in there. There we go. Thank you. And now we do hypertube there to go off in this direction. Ooh, okay. I have to do that. And then probably gonna need to like reposition this a little bit later. But for now, you know, we'll leave it at that. And we'll put ourselves an entrance there. And then obviously I need to power it, so there we go. Now, obviously this will take me all the way back to the um, beginning, because obviously, you know, the direction there won't allow for me to, you know, it's not going to allow for me to kind of go in that direction. So, but bit interesting that, you know, going uphill, you know, you have a little bit of a slowdown in terms of um, for the hypertube, but and I apparently got an achievement for traveling at speeds faster than 140, I believe it was. So, hmm, wasn't sure. Like, I didn't see any like controls initially on like which direction I could go, but then again, it wasn't you know, I wasn't necessarily like paying too close attention to like the overall controls. So something for me to kind of look at a little bit later. Okay. I just want to get it all the way out to this area for the most part. Kind of clipping through the scenery there, but okay. And there we go. One entrance coming right up. And I think we are pretty much good to go. Okay. Awesome. Hmm. Now I'm thinking I would probably like to have a hypertube going to my hub, but trying to do it from this particular area might not necessarily be super fantastic. So, I might want to try to maybe go to the hub, you know, from over here, which might mean that I might want to consider doing a um, I put a branch here. It's can I rotate? Okay, that's not quite what I want. Because it's not. No. No. Why is it only two directions? Can we spin it around, please? How can I spin it? You know, I want the one end of the tube going off in that direction, so can't rotate. I mean, I can rotate it that way, but it's not the rotate that I kind of want. Alright, well. Okay. No, that's not the direction that I want to go in. How do I... Not quite what I'm looking for there. I mean, it's kind of close, but not quite. Because again, you know, it's not pointing this end over here. Maybe if I... Ah. I just needed to click it once to kind of get it to function the way I want it to. Gotcha. There we go. Put this back over here. Entrance. And power. There we go. And then... Let's see. Transport. Hypertube. There. Okay. And what's nice about this is that, even if I run out of the copper plates, I got plenty back over here to resupply if needed. So, oh, that didn't work. Okay. Oh, can it not reach all the way across the, it can't, damn. Alright, well. Ooh, ran out of materials. Okay. And resupplied. Alright. Have a tube there. Okay, we'll rotate it right around to this point. Build it up, and then right down there for the entrance. And powered. Awesome. Let's see. Throw those in there, throw those in there, and expanded power.
Milestone reached. After several pioneers started exhibiting traumatic responses to power blackouts, Fixit developed mitigation tools recommended by your local therapist. Power storages can hold excess power to delay or prevent blackouts in the eventuality that your factory's power consumption exceeds production. To simplify, these are rechargeable batteries.
Yep.
Power towers carry power lines for significantly greater distances than poles, facilitating factory expansion and exploitation of this environment for the good of Fixit and humanity.
Alright. And obviously the last one here in Tier 4 that we need to go for is the Fixit blueprints, which I don't have enough plates for, or the steel beams, so... Oh right, pod needs to return in order to deposit everything. But in the meantime, let me go grab some cable. Let me go grab 2 more stacks of the modular frames, and I'll be right back. Now, let's see. Let's grab 3 stacks. There we go. I don't have a branch to go, from here to over this particular location right at this moment in time. Although I probably should try to fix that, have a branch like right there go there. But I mean, this will allow for me to at least get, you know, more of the steel beams. So we can work on that a bit. I don't have enough iron plates to do any type of construction out here though, so probably should have done that did the when I did the initial, you know, work on splitting, but whatever. Alright, grab that. Okay, and then I didn't have any frames being built out here, so not much I can really do in terms of that. Let's see. I'm gonna grab myself those because, you know, I'm constantly in need of them right at the moment, so. Alright, let's see. Now, how do I switch between? Is it just a matter of like mouse movement as to like, you know, which direction I go? Or is it something that I have to kind of click or what, you know? Nope. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. I need to figure that out. Oops. Now, obviously, this is only going to make me go in one direction because obviously the split, you know, I can't necessarily go backwards. Although, oh, it does allow for me to change direction mid-flight. Oh, okay. That's nice. Oh, 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 come on. No, 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 no. This way. No. No. This way. Okay. How? There we go. Cycle travel direction. That's what I was looking for. It wasn't, I didn't necessarily see um, the initial indicator there as to how to, you know, change direction there. So, okay, good, good, good. Um, let's see. Well, in this particular case, ooh, you know what? Let's build up some power storage here. Oh, let's see. There we go. Okay. I mean, it should be charging. I have an overcapacity right at this moment in time, or at least I should, so it should be charging right at this moment in time. I don't know why Why am I not? Hmm. Maybe maybe this kind of requires like the power tower in order to transfer power. Hmm. I hope not. That would, I'd hope that at least the power poles would kind of like at the very least slowly charge this. Oh well. Alright. Transport. I want to do another branch. And we'll do it right there. Rotate it around. Bam. And then hypertube all the way over here. Oh, looks like the range isn't good enough. So I'm going to have to put it a little bit closer in terms of right about there. Okay. And then entrance. And then you know what? Let's put like a power pole right there so that we can just have this one single power pole power up both of these. There we go. And then we'll remove that to just link it there. At least for the time being. Okay, so now let's head on back. I do appreciate the fact that, if I want to go backwards, like, somehow like, hey, I didn't necessarily mean to go in this general direction. I want to turn around. I can. So that's a nice feature. I appreciate that. All right. So, um, oh, I forgot to grab some modular frames. Oh well. We'll put those in. Those in. And we'll put those in. There we go. And take this back. There we go. Because I know the frames are right over here. And there we go. Hypertubes are fantastic. Love them. Super fast travel. Appreciate it. Okay. And we now have the blueprints done.
Milestone reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards saving Earth, with its beautiful ecosystems, abundant natural resources, and sunsets over frolicking puppies and kittens.
Mm-hmm.
The blueprint designer allows you to build and combine structures once and then duplicate that configuration effortlessly.
Okay.
Any complaints about the spatial restrictions will only reveal your own inefficiencies.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so there's that. And obviously, we don't have any other materials to go for at this point. So we need to get into phase two in order um, to continue with milestones. So, um, yeah, that was uncalled for. Can you not cut through or clip through my building, please? That freaked me the heck out. Okay. So we can at least take these back to the other construction area, seeing that I'm already making them, and you know, we'll kind of get that working. Let's see, both of my um, reinforced iron plates are in this area over here, so let's go and grab a couple stacks, or at least try to. We'll see how much I can take. That way, please. Thank you. There we go. And now, there's one. And there's two. Not bad, but obviously we'd love to get this to be a little bit more efficient, but can't really do that just yet. Or at least I feel like I'm not able to. Okay, so let's head on back to uh, our coal factory. Now that I have the hybrid tubes, I can probably break down the one um, the one line that I have that allows for me to travel from over there back over here. I don't really need that anymore. Alright. So, uh, we have the cables, which we want to produce in an assembler. There. And then we'll have that go into there. And this will be making the automated wiring. Which we need power. And then let's see. what I'd like is like a conveyor pull that allows for two two conveyors side by side with each other. But I don't know if I'm wondering if that's something that I can do with the if I can get that with um, um, like the coupons or the tickets or whatnot. Okay. Let's see. We'll do a splitter here. And we'll do that to there. And we'll grab. Let's try that one first. So we have kind of like a constant pushing of resources this way. Well, I'm gonna have to kind of construct this anyway, so. Oh, damn it. Thank you. Wait, I'm clipping. What am I clipping through? Oh, the power pole. Alright, well, that. I can worry about that a little bit later. We'll basically have it kind of taking the spot of the, original, my path um, coming from there, but because I don't necessarily need that anymore. I can pretty much just remove this altogether, and it'll allow for me to kind of use the resources for construction again. No, I don't. I don't want to link it right at this moment in time. I want it to be quite separate from the other. Ah, damn it. Fine. Put it there. That. There we go. And thankfully, it's giving me, enough resources back that I can, build the line, that I want back out there. So, damn it. Fine. Not getting the height that I want out of it, but whatever. Yep. There we go. There we go. I was a little afraid of it clipping in the ground, but there we go. Okay, hold off on that. Let me break down these. There we go. Okay. Nope. Oh. Okay. Close off on that for right now because we want to break these down. Be careful with dismantling. Don't want to dismantle the wrong thing. Have to be absolutely sure. Nope. Now the thing is that I'm gonna wanna have it kind of go off in this general direction so that I can um, um, you know, uh, link it up um, with the merger that's over there. So I'm running out of the plates though. plates. Okay, so still have this to remove, but yeah, that only gave me 27 iron plates, so let's go grab myself some more. And now that I know that I can go backwards in these tubes, I can just go right past here and then whoop. Thank you. And just want to go that way. And ta-da. Alright. Grab those. Not quite. Put those back in there. Alright. Alright. Once again, we're going to go ahead and kind of go backwards again. Yes, we want to go that way. And thankfully it's already picked the right direction that I want to go in, so yeah, right out here. Thank you very much. Alright, now. Okay. Ooh. This is looking a little ugly. Trying to get that all the way over to here. If I go here. Oh, wait. Hold on. Rotate it. That way. Thank you. And then up there. And we'll take that. Making this look very, very ugly, I know. But that's just in the wrong spot. Okay, you know what? You have got to go. You need to change spots here. Unfortunately, there's really no great spots for it either. Alright. There's that. There we go. Dismantle that, which will allow for me to, collect everything that was in there, which will allow for me to throw all that back in there. And then that'll give me the room that I need to line this back up. And connect it. There we go. And now we have, well, 7, 8, you know, on their way to the to complete phase 2. So awesome. But clearly I'm still missing, or this is gonna take a while. I need to ramp up my steel beam production. Otherwise, this is gonna take multiple streams in order to complete. I'm not even saying that, you know, this is even a long process, but we need to address that, because that's taking too long. You know, all this is also taking too long as well, so I'm gonna need to kind of reset all of this to be a little bit more efficient. So okay, so it seems like the steel plates aren't the issue on this one. It's the screws here that are taking a little bit of a longer time to be acquired. Okay, well, I mean, I already have a storage container pretty much primed and ready to go, so why don't we do a merger here? And merge in some more screws. Let's see, actually, I was thinking maybe, you know, take, or, you know, have these kind of flow into that storage container, but I mean, that should do. Okay, so reinforced iron plates should be being produced at a higher rate. Yeah, we're collecting more screws than we're constructing with, so our production should be a lot higher. So, matter of fact, let's contribute to the cause there. There we go. Now let's see what's going on over here. Why are you taking a while? Some more screws. Okay. Okay. Well, we seem to have kind of hit a um, kind of a stride in terms of the iron bars here at this moment in time. They don't seem to be. I mean, our storage containers is completely full, so maybe let's try. I mean, this is looking ugly, I know, but um, I don't think there's any kind of clearance I can do with this. It's one or the other. That's right, dead center right at the moment. It's clipping in between both of them. Hmm. I could just. If I could just readjust this a little bit better than what it already is. I kind of wish that I can move this just a little bit. Like, move this forward a little bit and, just basically take it takes the conveyor belt, which is a Mark 1. Okay. Um, and moves it over here. But clearly, I definitely need to do a lot of construction over here, though, to kind of get this working properly. Um, hmm. Okay, wait a second. What I can do, I was trying to see if I could like maybe put a splitter over here, put a constructor down to put a line back up here to add to, the additional screws. But what I could do is I can kind of go a little backwards, at least for now. Again, this is ugly, I know, but uh, till I can get enough um, like overall resources, mainly the uh, uh, mainly the means of um, you know uh, having more of the conveyor belt Mark IIs, you know, then there we go. There we go. Okay, so not exactly the cleanest method that I would like to consider doing, but I mean, you know, what we're basically doing is, we're taking, the iron rods that are being mass produced, over there, and just making some more screws out of them. This line is still backed up, from the construction over there already anyway, so we need to kind of get this, you know, rotors being built here. So, which means, I need to make more screws overall, so I need to get that percentage higher, but clearly, even putting in another line of screws isn't enough to um, get this going. Well, actually, I don't have the right type of belts, so it's not feeding them in fast enough. Right. Okay. Let's see. Um, right. Reinforced iron plates is being split off into 3 different directions, which that slows this process down for the frames. Wait. Oh, the frames are already stacked up. Okay. Right, so we're missing a lot of the steel beams. That's where our slowdown is in this particular regard. Gotcha. Okay. We got enough frames, although it would probably be a good idea for me to consider trying to build some form of storage for it, but okay. I'm half inclined on just scrapping this entire area and just trying to rebuild at this point because this is my OCD. This is a nightmare on the eyes. So okay. Well, the other thing that I can do is basically deposit everything that I have into like a storage container. Oh, I forgot to drop these guys off in there. Um, and then go exploring um, um, for some additional loot, hard drives and the like. Because I think there's like one somewhere over here, over in this general direction. There's one that I haven't collected fully over on the beach because I was too full of resources as it was, so trying to collect everything there was impossible. I just don't want to go too far, otherwise I'm gonna have difficulty with the wildlife. Because um, they have yet to give me anything such as like body armor or anything like that here to protect myself against um, Ah, there they are. Okay, now... I don't necessarily need these back in my inventory, so I'm gonna throw them back in here. We'll put these back in here. And let's see. I want to make foundations. What do I need? Just concrete and a lot of iron plates. Okay. We can do that. And we can deposit everything else because I don't really need everything else. Still have this storage container over here that I haven't gotten rid of. So we can use that to kind of store everything else away that I don't really need right at the moment. Although, wait, hold on. Let's see. Oh, it has been 2 hours. Okay. Okay, I think I can do probably another 2-hour set, and then I'll probably call it. But I think this time I'm just gonna kind of let these go for the time being, and then go exploring in the last hour. Although I was thinking, you know, I still need to gather up cadmium, quartz, and sulfur. Is there any sulfur nearby here? Right, those locations. I forgot about that. Um, so I could probably, oop, right, all the way over there. It's funny how that's being found all the way over there, but when I was like over here and trying to find copper, it didn't ping that one. It was like, weird. But, so what I'm thinking about doing is um, let's go ahead and do 3 miners so that we have so that we can get one for the all 3 spots. Obviously, you know, I'm going to be needing resources there for the power poles and power lines, for example. So I need to grab those to supply those miners. Still going to be needing some conveyor belts. And we'll go ahead and grab some storage containers. And then, of course, you know, have enough supplies for some foundations. So let's see. So I'm gonna need those for the trips. We're gonna need some cable. Gonna need the rods. Okay, 30. So that will definitely cover for the miners. Wire I don't really have a lot of, so that's not great. 40 for the miners, which should be fine. Okay. Right. Okay, so I don't really don't need the rotors, don't need the copper sheets, and I don't need the screws, so we'll keep those there. But still need one more miner to handle the last, you know, the miner Mark II. Let's go and grab ourselves some steel pipes. Nope. Spot. There we go. Now let's see. Okay. No, I still need some more supplies, so. Got plenty of concrete. Need some more iron plates. Probably could use another stack of rods. Yeah, we'll go in that direction. Grab about 2 stacks of that. That should be fine. Let's go grab ourselves some more iron rods. That should be fine. And we'll go grab ourselves some wire. There we go. And then we'll grab ourselves another stack of cable as well. Okay. I think that should be good. So, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and end this video so that, you know, you guys get to see the adventure that I go on in just a minute to go and, you know, get some more supplies or, you know, find some additional resources such as the quartz that's over there, the sulfur, and mecadium, and then see if I can hunt down some. You know, I still have the leftover wreckage that is sitting over there. I believe there's like another wreckage, like somewhere right around here, I think. I think I saw smoke in that general area. Um, so, but yeah, I think that's gonna be it for right now. So, um, so that's gonna be it for this particular video. So, um, leave a like and subscribe. That would be fantastic. Check out the description for multiple links down there, and stay tuned for part 4 of this live stream. So thank you very much, and catch you all next time. Okay, and this will be part 4 of this particular live stream. We're starting back up with the potential. So we want to get miners going for sulfur, caterium, and the raw quartz, just so we can get some kind of just so we can kind of get that going a bit. This area seems very dangerous. I don't know if I really want to try to do sulfur out that direction. But I mean, the nearest quartz is out here. So, um, trying to find, you know, nearby quartz, this is probably going to be like the safest area for me to go to. Maybe? I don't know, man. And, and with sulfur being over here as well, let me ping that again. Sulfur being right over there. Maybe maybe I can kind of hit 2 birds with 1 stone in this particular case. Again, this is probably a pretty dangerous area, but and then last but not least, Caterium, which I pinged that one and that one over there. So I might want to just go over to this one and try to set one up, because this one is the closest and not nearly dealing with unknown space and water over here. So maybe off in that general direction. So let's go that way. Alright. That looks like copper down there. Oh, hi. Oh, oh. Ah, fuck. That hurt. God damn it. You guys, I don't need you right now. There we go. I'll go collect the other hog remains that are up here. There we go. Alright. Whereabouts is it? That way. Okay. Oh. Okay. What am I hearing? Oh, it's up there. Okay. I apparently have a hard time trying to climb the tree enough to get that. Oh. There we go. Okay, now there. Oh, there it is right there. Okay, well. Okay. Okay, let's see. That'll have to do. Gave you a path up to me, but I was waiting for you. Sort of. Alright. No. Let's clear out some foliage here. Oh, okay. I take it that because we have something on top of it, this is a blockage. So even if I was to try to get a minor, yeah, I need some explosives. Great. Okay. So we can't go for that one. So the next one that's closest is this one right over there. Okay. I was kind of hoping not to go over in that general direction because it's a little haphazard to get over there, but well, I'll do what I can. there. Hmm. That's weird. I was getting hostile readings from over here somewhere. But maybe it was down there and decided to kind of run towards me in some fashion. Alright, well. Can't really go down there very easily. Yeah. I'm busy. Are you still following me? Okay. See, there's a spot right up there that has some parts and the like. So, you know what? Let's see if we can get there. And slide. Alright, now. Foundations ramp. There we go. Hi there. Come here. Any more? Don't see any more. Alright. There we go. Oh. Easy. There we go. Rotors, okay. Concrete. Steel pipes, sure. Is that it? First iron plates. Awesome. Alright. Woman drop pod. Operational. Awesome. Oh, it needed some rotors to do it. Okay. There we go. Okay. And that's it. And that was pretty much what I was thinking was that mark. So I'll just remove that. So. Oh, rebar. Almost missed that. Anything else? anything else up here? I don't see anything. Yep, looks like we are good. Let's see. I have to get back down. Alright. There we go. Hmm. Still have to kind of go in this general direction for the Caterium anyway, so. And there it is, way over there. Okay. Okay. We're just gonna make a big old platform here. And then, let's see. Not quite the same. There we go. That should be fine. Alright, now, oh, we can just do the miner here. Which, actually, now that I think about it, I can probably set up a smelter to wait, what? Oh. Eh. And we just have it make some ingots for us, so. And we'll do splitter right out front here, just in case. And just put a storage container right here. basically store all the ingots made. And there we go. Now it's just a matter of, you know, generating power, so. Making it clip so through, so much through the ground. Okay, I need to get down there myself, though. Although, now that I have some ore on me right now, maybe... Oh, let's... Before we consider generating some more ore, let's make sure that we can... let me grab all the ore that I have and throw it into the smelter over here so that I can get... make the most out of that, so... Yeah, there goes the line right through the ground. There we go. Somewhat of a soft landing, somewhat. Oh, this one's gonna be a little rough. Cowabunga. There went my, there went my phibia. Okay, these pioneers, man, they're built of stronger material, that's for sure. Ugh. Just trying to maximize the overall length. So There we go. Alright, so that's kind of going, but obviously, it's, the miner isn't going yet because I still want to get I want to see if I have any cadmium ore and just throw it into um, the smeltery, so. Nope, 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 nope. I don't want to go yet. Just keep me out. There it is. I mean, I might as well bring along my quartz and my sulfur as well, right? So, and we can throw those in there, those in there, those in there, and put the hard drive in there for right now. Actually, hold on. Let me grab it and just put put it on the research already, just so um, it'll start going. I think that's pretty good right at the moment. I don't really see any. Oh, the rebar. Don't really need that with me. Yeah, that should be good. So hard drives, scan hard drive. There we go. Let's see. I feel like I'm running a little bit low on the iron plates, so let me go grab a couple more stacks. Then we'll go back out and get the, you know, the Caterium set up. So we'll be generating ingots like, all the time. And, eventually I'll be able to kind of go back over here and use them for my research. So, but for right now, I don't want to go all the way out to the coal. Oh, that one. Let's grab some more of those just in case. Alright. Yeah, I thought I was kind of running in the right general direction, but obviously, this is going to be interesting in that, I heard something over there. There probably is something over there, just I don't want to take too much time out on searching for it. Alright. Yeah. This is a bit problematic. quite what I'm looking for there. There we go. There's that. And we'll do... Come on. Go. And we'll do that. There we go. Okay, now we'll do a little bit more foundation here. Just so I don't be stupid and fly off the ramp in some way. Put a little bit more stabilization there. Okay, and now I throw that in there. And obviously we got some ingots already. And now let's start that up. And there we go. I may take about 20 here back with me, because I know that, you know, the research was like telling me that, you know, I needed some ingots in order to kind of like continue the research. But okay, I see the I see that right over there, and seeing that I've been needing, you know, been wanting to kind of work on getting, you know, some more hard drives and the like. Let's see. Nope. There's that. And I'll do that. And anybody up here? Hello? No? Okay. Concrete. Rotors. For certain plates. Okay. Sacrificing modular frame for door handle, huh? Okay. There we go.
Damaged hard drive recovered. Return it to the MAM where it will receive the best recovery and rehabilitation care available.
Alright. And start scrapping everything here. still have that over there to kind of finish off, so I'm gonna take care of that before I go off and get, you know, um, get the quartz and the um, quartz and the like. So okay. Yep. Let's see. I'm low on inventory space, but I should still have enough to handle the remainder of the crush site that's over there. So there you go. Yeah, I don't really want to face that guy over there. So if I can avoid him, I will. Oh, but it's a little difficult to... Oh, well, actually, I'm far away from that crush site that I was thinking about. Over here at all? Not really. Hmm. I don't know if there's any particular, like, sea predators or anything along those lines. I'm pretty sure that there probably will be. I mean, it would be quite interesting for them not to have, something that, can, you know, nibble at my feet and legs, while in the water. But okay, getting close to where the crash site was. Ah, yep, there it is. Oh, hi. I don't think I remember that guy being here last time. Or at the very least, he was roaming elsewhere. That guy looks like he's gonna hurt. I need those out of the way before I start even consider trying to attack him. Or at least I need to get him to kind of come out to me first. If I want to harvest the rest of that. Yep, okay. Oh, that took 3 health. Get the get the get the hell away. All right, go back. That hurt a lot. Let's see. Actually, hold on. How about I do this? I think it's crafting bench. Get me what I kind of want. Then again, maybe not. Okay. I don't have enough resources to get everything here. Gotcha. Not too surprised on that. I was kind of hoping for something with, you know, being able to kind of, you know, craft like these 5 berries into the, or these 5 nuts into something a little bit more useful, but guess not. Okay, well, there's some more berries over there. At least I can switch over to the berries. Oh, there's some more berries up there. Okay, gotta wait for him to kind of go back the other way. I can get up and around. Oh, there's some berries here. Or barrel nuts, I should say. Now have 10 nuts. Oh wait, I put them in my hand. That's probably why it's not registering. Huh. Okay. Now let's get the protein. those out of my inventory there. And then protein inhaler. There we go. Okay. Now I can try to tackle this guy a little bit more. Got him. Whew. Just worried that I would be hurt a lot worse than what I was. Thankfully, didn't really have too many issues. Alright. Okay, now if I'm not mistaken, I think I've already gotten like the hard drive that was over here. So it's just a matter of dismantling everything. And there we go. And that is everything. Alright. So now head back to base, drop everything off because my inventory is insanely packed. And we'll head and grab some sulfur and some quartz. Let's go ahead and take these back. Don't really need those. Out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I guess they could probably have been used for something later, but oh boy. There's a lot of these pods around. A lot of the hatchers around in this particular area along that beach. Okay. Not quite sure if I'm going in the general right direction, but oh. Hey, if I keep on going in this general direction, I might be able to get back to the oh. Whew. I'm fairly close by to the my other base. Oh, and there's a debris right over there. Okay, I can remove this one. can put the other one right over there. Okay, first, let me come and grab this.
The effigies ripples through our temples, our veins nearly touch. It is shy, notes shall be taken and played. From a certain perspective, your brain looks like it is processing language, but there is no auditory data. If you are hearing voices that are not mine, this is no cause for concern. It is a common side effect of extreme pressure and stress.
Of course. Oh, that's a big guy. And probably the hard drive is right over there. And I am nearly full of everything right at the moment. You know what? I'm gonna save this for a little bit later. I'm really close to my base here, so I've already marked where that area is right at the moment. So at least I believe I did. Yeah, it's close enough. There we go. Okay. Have some more nuts. And then back to the hub. I should probably put a storage container like right at the hub, just to store everything. Like the chest is okay. It's, you know, it has some room to it, but I mean that storage container right next door would probably be very helpful. So. All right. All right. Hard drives. Scan the other one. Let's see. We can really do about all that there. So I haven't found that yet. Ooh, okay. I need 50 of that to get the quick wire. Gotcha. Let's see. Gas mask. Interesting. Okay. That might be very handy for going into those, you know, areas with the brain toxins, so. I have enough sulfur. I just don't have any coal on me. Okay. Um, let's see. I'm going to go ahead and put down the storage container like right here. And, you know, just start throwing some stuff in there. That I don't need. Motors. We can throw the shutters back where they were. I'll throw the ingots in there. Rock quartz. Put that in there for now. Put these in here for right now. Yeah, that should be fine for it for the time being. I'll go ahead and head on back and drop those striders off. Um, I don't really think I need any, like, copper sheets with me. I can probably leave those back here. At least for the time being. Alright. Let's see. Interesting. The personal storage box is actually slightly larger than the storage. Interesting. You would think that the storage container would be, you know, a lot larger than this box here. It's like, eh? How is this one with one spot more larger than these? Alright. Let's see. Next. Oh. We want to go for the quartz. Which means it's right over there, which, you know, this spot here is the way to kind of go down into this particular valley. So, just need to kind of go this way. So, alright, well, let's go. Actually, hold on. Just for the hell of it, seeing that I need to, you know, I'm gonna need to, you know, make lines out there anyway to get the miners, you know, working. Let's just start making the power lines out there already. This is where having a gas mask would be nice. Guess I'll have to kind of go around. I'm hearing something. Not quite sure exactly where it is though. Unless it's just standard music, but I don't think it is. Hold on. Yeah, we don't want to go down that way, so down. This biome is very interesting, and yet at the same time it kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like it's gonna, anything could jump out at me at any second, kind of thing. See, if I'm not mistaken, that guy over there can spit um, uh, poisonous clouds at you. So let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try to just kind of go around this way. So, oh shit. Oh, 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 oh. God damn it. Leave me alone. Well, I was right about it. Them, things popping out of nowhere, to go after you. Now what? Oh, they're still very hostile, huh? God damn it. It's one hatcher. And there goes hatcher number 2. Is there any more around the area? Doesn't look like it. Alright, I don't see any others around the area, so... Alright, let's continue. Oh, shit. Oh, go away. Is it still hostile? Nope, doesn't look like it. Although that guy might be. It's hard to say. Okay, hold on. Oh. Aha. Right over there. And then let's see. Now, I don't think the smelter has anything to do with quartz. You know, obviously quartz being smelted down into something like an ingot is kind of silly. If I'm not mistaken, quartz is more of a jewel than it is like a mineral ore. Constructor, maybe I could use a constructor for, yeah, you know, constructing the quartz into a quartz crystal. So, um, let's see. Oh, we can also make silica. Gotcha. Okay. Something to consider. And last but not least, assembler. I don't think he uses anything quartz related. Yeah. At least not yet. So, first thing that we're gonna do is get rid of this guy here. And then going to build basically two constructors, you know, right next to each other. And we'll have splitter right there to handle splitting out the resources. There we go. And we'll have this go into the silica, and this go into the quartz crystal. And then that was a lot of limestone there. Alright. Now, yeah, I don't have any of the steel plates because obviously, you know, that's, you know, trying to get the steel beams to make the industrial storage container is a little difficult to get come by right at this moment in time, especially when a lot of it's being used for that. But you know, eventually I'll probably grab a whole bunch and you know set up everything that way. But want to give a little bit of space so that I can, um, you know, potentially put on a splitter if I need to, but for the time being, you know, I'm not going to. At least not for right now. So. Alright, let's put power pole right there. And just use it to power up that, that, and that. Oh yeah. So now we got some quartz going. Now it's going to be a little rough to kind of come back out here to collect this. So I might, you know, consider in the future putting, well, it's going to be annoying to construct conveyor belts all the way back out to the space elevator from here, but, you know, like, I don't know what else to really do per se in that regard, so. Okay, next, sulfur. Right over there, huh? Okay, that might be a little difficult to kind of come by, but we'll see what we can do to get there. As it looks like it's a sheer cliff face right at the moment. But we'll see what we do. Oh, there's the other quartz. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Looks like we got a path upwards. That's helpful. I heard a growl. Oh, it's one of those guys again. Okay. I was hearing something back here. I wonder if it's up there. Uh-oh. Hey, pal, you're kind of in my way a little bit. Pardon me. Still that way, huh? Oh boy. Not sure what we're dealing with here. go ahead and get rid of these guys at least. Okay. What the heck is this? Geyser. Okay. Something about a pure geyser. Gotcha. Not sure why I might need that. Another pure geyser. Huh. Well, I mean, I did see, you know, like details about like I need water for certain builds or something like that. So uh, just a bit odd that it's, you know, you have quite a bit of geysers around the sulfur. So I would imagine that, you know, future build, you know, we're probably going to be needing quite a bit of sulfur water at some point, or sulfur and water. I don't really need to worry about mining that right at this moment in time. Okay, well, I mean, let's at least build the last miner that I want to get constructed here. Again, the sulfur, um, isn't something that I can, you know, I can use inside a, you know, smelter. It's nothing here, so constructor. I don't think there was anything inside a constructor for sulfur. Let's see. No, there really isn't anything for sulfur and a constructor right at this moment in time. So yeah, nothing here. And assembler, I don't think there was anything in the assembler that really needed anything either for sulfur. Nope. So right at the moment, I mean, sure, you know, I'll be collecting, you know, sulfur for storage, but you know, obviously don't have any major need for it yet. But in the meantime, I mean, at least start collecting some of the sulfur inside, you know, storage. So, okay. Now, do I want to try to put a conveyor belt all the way back out to the base? Or do I want to kind kind of leave the storage here for now. Kind of wish that I had some form of binoculars right at the moment, because it looks as though I'm seeing some form of lamp like right there. So let's find out. Oops. Alright. Hopefully calm down. Go back up there. Get rid of the... Oh, come on. Ah. Trying to crouch here. There he goes. Oh, that's just one of the bugs. Gotcha. Ow. Ow. Okay. And how am I supposed to reach it? Now, if I cut this down, will it kill that or drop it? Let's find out. It leaves it there. Good to know. Okay. Alright. Now that I'm up here, let's see, anything else I can see that, like, you know, crash sites in particular? Nothing, nothing stands out at the moment. In terms of crash sites, anyway. You know, I'm looking for the black smoke typically, but and there might be something there, maybe, but not really seeing anything else. Alright, well. Okay, so you know, got some sulfur going. Um, Again, I don't really know. I'm really used for black powder. All right. Well, we'll grab a stack just to have it on hand. Um, but other than that, there's there's no way that I can actually cut down one of these large mushrooms, right? Yeah, seemed quite extensive, so. I'm just gonna kind of clear a path a little bit. Okay, not quite sure what else to really do. You know, besides trying to like reorganize and try to make things a little bit better back at base. Because clearly, you know, I'm still waiting for um, the you know, phase 2 to, you know, get all the necessary materials that it needs in order to complete. So, but okay, it takes a while to produce the silica, looks like, but I mean, the fact that it produces 5 per, still pretty decent overall. I'm gonna go ahead and take a stack of that. And then we'll take a stack of the quartz crystal as well. Because most likely I'm probably going to be needing some of that when I get back. Or at least, you know, I can probably use some of it to do a little bit more research. So clear some of the brush here so that, you know, I might have an easier time um, you know, coming back out here if I need to. Ooh, but I'm completely full up though, so you know what, we're just gonna go ahead and leave it there and head straight back home. follow the follow my line back. Unfortunately, I can't slide upwards, so no increased speed there. Ugh, thud. Alright. Now, let's see. Hard drive has been scanned. Nice. Quick wire strider, molded beam, fused quick wire, steel cast plate, huh? Okay. There. Still haven't found any SAM, so can't really do anything there. Don't have enough ingots to handle the quick wire yet, so we'll have to hold off on that for now. We don't have any fabric, so can't really do anything there. Haven't found a purple power slug yet, so can't do anything there. Okay. I have enough rebar to make this shadow rebar. Can make the crystal oscillator, although I have no idea what that's all about. Electronic oscillator circuit that uses mechanical resonance of vibrating crystals to create an electrical signal with precise frequency. Okay. Again, not quite sure what it's needed for, but
Research completed. Crystal oscillator recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
okay. Oh, that's using up all the silica pretty much. Let's get myself some more inventory slots.
Pocket dimension now extra dimensionalized with additional dimensional capacity.
Of course, because, pocket dimensions always, has a lot of space. Explore. Interesting. Pulse. Obelisk. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Radar tower. Alright. Let's see. Right, I still need coal for that. Okay. I can also try to work on that a bit. Black powder. Gotcha. That's what the sulfur is going to be used for, which could probably be done with a constructor. So I'm probably going to have to, once I get that done. Let's see. I don't think I have any coal in here. Let's see. Put those in there. That in there. That. Oh, I forgot to drop that off. Alright. We got some random limestone in here. Oh, right, because I was breaking down that one limestone. Right. Okay. I mean, I already have quick wire, but need the ingots in order to open that up. Um, let's see. Oh, we just need some coal. Okay. So first off, let's head off to our coal area. Still heading that in general direction, so not changing any kind of paths. And there we go. Okay, so let's see. Oh, we still got that. Alright, here's that. Throw those in there. Then let's go drop off the leaves and the wood over here. Oh right, I wanted to rework this a bit. Let's see. Problem is that I don't really have a lot of room to play around here. So let's see. And I'll do another one here. And we'll do larger here. That way. And have this going here. We have that going in there. That going in there. So now the biomass will just kind of be collected in the storage container. The biomass will then be filtered over here to make the solid biofuel, which will then be filtered into this storage container to kind of keep on hand, for later. And then, you know, the you know, if there's a need from any of these, then they'll get, filtered on through. So that's the plan. So so get started. All right, and we throw what I have remaining in there, and then we'll throw all the leaves that are collected in here. There we go. Okay. Let's see. And we're not really waiting for concrete here for the encased industrial beams. So I have a lot of limestone on me right at the moment. So let's turn that off for now. Let's see. Okay, so it looks as though, my foundries here. Ah, okay, so it's slowed down because the amount of bars going through isn't really needed right at this moment in time. So we're already kind of at max efficiency in that regard, and we're already maxed out there with the amount of pipes that we need. So okay. So really, I mean, I still want to have the steel pipes being made so that I can, keep on making the striders that, are needed for the automated wiring here. Okay, but the cable seems to be very slow going right at the moment. Okay. You know what? We already have enough copper wire. Let's go ahead and stop that. I have enough copper sheets being made elsewhere anyway, so I need more. I need more cable. So Okay. Start that up. And then we merge. Oh, right. I still need to get this powered up. There we go. Oh, yeah. It takes a lot of cable to make one of the automated wiring. Even with 2 constructors worth, I'm still not able to produce enough overall cable to make this 100%. Yikes. So we're talking like 3, you know, you basically need 3 constantly going to, you know, to get the uh, amount needed here. And I'm not even building the copper wires fast enough for it either. So it's like, So pretty much my entire copper line there isn't very efficient, or it isn't, you know, producing what I need, producing the amount that I need right at the moment. But I mean, right now, all I need to do is get it to the 31. So, um, and right now, I'm having fun. I'm just saying. Obviously, half of it's going to be split off to phase 2, but once it's done, then I can probably just close down the line here and have the rest go into the storage. Let's find out. Obviously, I don't want, you know, them to kind of get to block off any additional resources going into um, the space elevator, but okay, so it's about time for me to kind of close up. I've been doing this for a very long time. Um, but well, once I kind of, you know, march these guys off to the space elevator, then I'll go ahead and close on up. Now, obviously, I'm still, I still need to get my other um, coal power plants up and running. I need to get the water running for all three of them over there, um, or three more water um, pumps up there. I have the um, I have the uh, place for the the tube, but what the heck? All right. But I still need to get those power plants up and running, as well as built, because obviously, I still haven't, gotten them all taken care of and built up and stuff like that. But I've been kind of needing the reinforced iron plates for that. So once once I get a little bit more in that front, which, I have the one, work area, over here, you know, in this particular area here, just kind of working on the um, the reinforced iron plates. So, um, now I'm in, uh, half of um, the steel frames or the steel. I never really remember the steel beams. Um, I have half steel beams kind of going um, into storage. So um, I'm thinking maybe I'll grab those and start changing my tier 2 conveyor belts into tier 3. Um, but obviously that's going to require a lot of work to change all these um, you know tier 2s into tier 3s. So I'm probably gonna do it. I'm probably only gonna take like um, one area at a time and get them maxed out on tier 3s first before I start really pushing for um, or just like tackle one area at a time. You know, one area at a time, get those up to tier 3, then next area, then the next area, so on and so forth. So, and that should give me a resupply of the reinforced steel, which, I still need to kind of take care of getting all that down there rebuilt because, you know, that that down there is a complete mess. You know, I I need to get this completely rebuilt because it is a mess. The conveyor belts are all over the place. So I'm not um, this isn't something that I want to have continue to be, in the future. Um, so that's probably going to be my next project is kind of cleaning up that area and making it better. Because, while, I'm following along the advanced wiring to get that done with the, phase two, you know, I still have, the, these and these to complete. And, you know, I'm nowhere near being done with these at the very least. So, and that's requiring the steel beams. So we got our work cut out for us concerning that. So that's why, I need to kind of rework that a bit. See what I can do. So, um, now I fear once I get like a full stack or full container full of the advanced wiring, then maybe I can change that one foundry that's making the steel pipes into a steel beam and merge it in with the other steel beam line so we can try to double up the amount of steel beam production overall. But I don't know. I might want to consider trying to just um, getting you know um, a couple more foundries starting up to make steel beams, seeing that I'm going to be needing a ton of them anyway just to make the conveyor belts, right? So yeah, something for me to kind of consider for next time. See, this area is terrible. I know it is. It's so disorganized, such a mess right at this moment in time. Just to try to get, you know, enough resources to, make the necessary parts for, um, the frame and the plating and the frame there. So okay, I'm pretty sure I have more than enough of these. Because I put 50 into the constructor, so it would output, um, 25 going in this general direction. So all I needed was basically two more. At least, from here anyway. But we'll find out. Otherwise, I'll need to go on back and put you know, the conveyor belt up for one more second just to get one more going. Ooh, I think I might be one off. Damn, I'm one off. Alright, alright. Well, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna head on back there, put the put the um put the conveyor belt up one last time, just to get one going along the rest of the ramp, and then I'll call it there, just so I can have it, at least going on its path out to the space elevator to get that, up and running. So, and then we'll call it. So, hopefully you'll enjoy the next part of the stream, or well, not the next part of the stream. I'm ending the stream, after I get done with this. But um, but you know, I want to be able to, for the next stream that I do, you know, we'll be kind of tackling the we'll tackle you know, taking care of all the things that I was kind of talking about, and then we'll um, and hopefully by then, we'll be able to make enough to be able to complete phase two by the end. I don't know, man. I might consider just, you know, so what I might do, just to give everybody a heads up, is just hop on this profile and just let it just build up over time. But there it goes. There's my one for completion. So, um, so, um, well, I mean, trying to wait for all of this to kind of be completed anyway is gonna take a long time, because obviously, the steel plates are not, you know, being made super fast. Um, you know, so, um, so I might need to consider, because right now it feels like, my iron production and my coal production is good enough to handle, um, is enough to fill up, two foundries, right? So, um, so maybe I can get three foundries going, and you know, try to get one of them making steel beams as well. Now, the fact that I need 4 steel ingots to make 1 steel beam is the slowdown. That's why, the pipes are a little bit easier, because, you just need 3, which, that's how much gets made anyway out of the foundry. You know, 1, 2, 3. See? So, that's the reason why, the steel pipes were easy to make. So, it might be just in my best interest to try to maybe consider building up another foundry somewhere. It'll require a little bit of rework to kind of do that, especially seeing that, I've already kind of built up a lot of things around it. So, um, other than maybe, you know, doing another split over here, or maybe repositioning the foundry's back over here or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. So, but that's gonna have to be it. We're gonna go ahead and end it there. Um, yeah, let me head back to the hub. You know, just as a general. Uh, so, so there's a lot for me to just still do. Um, you know, coal power plants to work out. Steel beams to get more of. Um, you know, trying to complete phase two. Um, you know, doing a complete rework of the uh, iron construction area down, you know, there, so that um, we can kind of get that, you know, fixed. Um, and yeah, everything else is doing okay. You know, like I have, you know, I have the um, you know, you know, rotors being made over there. You know, I'm packed of, you know, all the copper resources right at this moment in time there down there. Um, so, um, you know, I still have, um, you know, um, I have the plates being worked on down there as well as the frames, you know, down in that general area, as well as, you know, another set of um, plates being worked on. So I mean, you know, that's gonna be handy. Um, but but you know, I definitely need to get, you know, uh, that worked out. That all that right down there needs a complete overhaul. So um, so yeah. Other than that, I think that is gonna be about it there. So um, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up here. So um, actually, is there one last thing before I go? Oh goddamn the copper! Hold on, let me fix that. I want to get that black powder going so I can at least get explosives, um, or you know, start getting the explosives set so that I can, um, you know, open up that other coal node that I have, you know, back here at the factory, at the coal factory. Um, and I have a funny feeling that I'm going to be needing those explosives on me, you know, just in case of like other areas that might be blocked off. Um, you know, they wouldn't necessarily give me explosives to destroy, um, you know, node blockages without, you know, um, without some, you know, ulterior reason, in my opinion. So, just grab all that coal that's not being used right at the moment. I appreciate the fact that, if you get close to an entrance, you will be pulled into the pipe network. Although that might be a little bit of a problem if you're trying to, you know, if you're just trying to get around it. But at the same time, you know, if you're not mindful of it, then, well, you can always go back. So, go that way, and that way. We're already going that way, so. Alright. And next time I'll also look into the hard drives a little bit more. So, there we go.
Research completed. Black powder recipe unlocked. New sulfur research available.
Okay. Yeah, um, so obviously next time I'll also need to go out to the sulfur area and have, it constructing the black powder. So, obviously, I probably have enough sulfur on me right now to make some black powder. Oh, I have more than enough. Okay. Um, Now, obviously, I'm going to be needing more to make said explosives, but I mean, I already, you know, there we go.
Detonator and basic Nobelisk unlocked. Most obstacles can be cleared with the basic Nobelisk. It is most effective against organic material and is able to destroy small boulders and porous rock. Deployed Nobelisks will stick to the first solid surface they touch and queue on the universal detonator. If you do not recall the order in which you deployed the Nobelisks, remember Fixit does not take responsibility for any harm caused due to human error, even if those errors are genetic.
Okay. Now, this is interesting here. The rifle and rifle ammo. Obviously, could be very helpful against some of the more tougher enemies that I've seen. But then again, hard to say how much damage these rifles can do. So something to consider. So, but yeah, definitely an explosive research line. But all right, that's gonna be it for this particular set of um, well, I mean, for this particular stream and this, particular set of videos if you're watching, you know, later on YouTube. But we're going to go ahead and call it here. So, I want to thank everybody that was just kind of hanging out and watching. Hopefully you enjoyed me just kind of scrambling around, scrambling about, trying to figure things out. You know, trying to be a, you know, trying to build everything up to be a little bit better. Have a better factory. Hopefully you enjoyed. But that's going to be it for today's stream. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Oh, if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Check out the description for more multiple links down below. And that's going to be it. So see you all next time. Bye for now.